Our excitement would have waned, and we're looking forward to the week grinding quickly to its end, and it feels a bit far. And so we're likely to treat today just like any other day that we have to go through. But a little reminder that most of our lives are built on ordinary days. Not on big moments, not major breakthroughs, but days like this, where the quiet decisions, the small habits, the things no one notices, shape our lives. Because success is not built in one dramatic moment. It's built in what we choose to do when nothing feels special. When no one is watching and when there's no pressure. And obviously when it will be very easy to do less. And so a little reflection for us today. What are we doing in days like this? Ordinary days. Not too much excitement, not too much to look forward to. But I want to tell us something. If we win on these quiet days, then the big days will take care of themselves. And so today, don't wait for something exciting to happen. Make the day count nonetheless. Stay consistent, show up, do the work, stay disciplined. And most certainly, one day you look back and you realize it wasn't the big moments that changed your life or shaped it. It was the ordinary ones that we used well. And that is our message of motivation today. Take us into the 6 a.m. news scan, courtesy Christopher Trevor. And then when we're back after the business news as well, we'll get into a host of other matters for you here on the 3FM Sunrise. Stick and stay with us.
Let us unite. We got one life, so let's make it right. It's a beautiful day. Yeah, it's a beautiful day. Hey. If you got life, then give God praise. You may not have much, but you're living day by day. You can't have faith and don't want to work. Get up off that seat and put that brain to work. Hey, hey, it's a beautiful day. Yeah, it's a beautiful day. Yeah, it's a beautiful day. It may not be the way I want it to be, but I thank you for every situation that made me good and bad friends that came into my life, and those who are still here today. Lord, I thank you, yeah. Lord, I thank you, yeah. Lord, I thank you, Lord, I thank you for
3FM 92.7 Urban Lifestyle Radio Station.
Hello there, good morning. It's 6 a.m. Welcome to the morning news on 3FM 92.7. We're streaming live on all our social media platforms on Facebook and on YouTube at 3FM 92.7. I am Christabel Success Treve. Coming up this morning, Energy Minister gives strongest indication of government's commitment to ensure consistent electricity supply as 2 power generation units at Akosombo comes back into operation.
To all those affected by this situation, I wish to assure you that I deeply empathize with you and I share your frustration and discomfort in this trying moment. We never anticipated this. We never saw it coming. We've never witnessed it. It's challenging, but we would rise above this challenge.
Also, Ashanti Region ECG workers demand the immediate reversal of transfers of 2 senior managers, describing the decision as politically motivated rather than performance-based. Plus, if you attack us, we will give you a good response. That is the caution from the Ghana Armed Forces, warning the public to desist from attacking military personnel when on duty.
That nobody should take the law into its hands, and nobody should attack we, the military personnel, or any civilian we are escorting. If they do, we will give them a good response.
We've got all of these and a whole lot more for you. Please stay with us. Thank you for staying with us here on 3FM. Now we begin with the Minister for Energy and Green Transition, John Abdullahi Jinapor. He's assuring Ghanaians of transparency and regular updates as the country continues to grapple with electricity supply challenges following the recent disruption at the Akosombo hydroelectric power station. Recent erratic supply situation in the country has sparked complaints and frustration from energy consumers, with some asking for a load shedding schedule or timetable to help with planning. Addressing the press on Monday, April 27, the minister indicated government is committed and determined to solve the power challenges.
As minister responsible for the energy sector, my foremost desire and objective is to ensure that every Ghanaian and every part of our country enjoys a stable, reliable, and uninterruptible power supply for economic activity and social activity. This has been the focus of our effort since assuming office, and we have not relented on that effort. This unfortunate and unprecedented disaster, which I have never witnessed, has resulted in the temporary curtailment of power from our largest generation source, the Akosombo Dam, leading to severe power challenges not witnessed in recent times. Our engineers have since remained on site. Some of them have stayed there for 3 continuous days without leaving site, working around the clock under very, very extreme and difficult conditions to restore operations.
John Abdullahi Jinapor is Minister for Energy and Green Transition. Meanwhile, the minority is asking for a reliable load shedding timetable in the wake of the power outages in parts of the country, urging government to admit there is a crisis that goes beyond the Akosombo fire incident. The group has also questioned the suspension of the Gridco chief executive and the shake-up in ECG's Ashanti region leadership.
What has happened in Akosombo, very unfortunate, has rather exacerbated the situation on the ground. But as to the power situation over the last 1 month, I'm not too sure we can attribute it solely to the fire outbreak in Akosombo. As I said, obviously, I was in my constituency 3 weeks ago, and for the past 3 days that I spent there, the lights were off. I'm not too sure that can be attributed to that of the Akosombo Dam. Of course, what has happened in Akosombo is very, very unfortunate. I'm not too sure if anybody anticipated that we are going to have this fire. Taking off about 100 megawatts off your grid is quite a significant number. And I'm sure that everybody on the basis of this should expect some outages here and there. But that will also mean that government must come clean and accept that there are challenges and get us a timetable so everybody is comfortable. I remember when
Workers of the Electricity Company of Ghana, ECG, in the Ashanti region are demanding the immediate reversal of the transfers of 2 senior managers, describing the decision as politically motivated rather than performance-based. The senior and junior staff unions in the region insist that the transfers are unlawful and have formally petitioned their national leadership for intervention. The demand follows a resolution reached at an emergency meeting held on April 14, 2026, which was addressed to the national executives of the Workers' Union for onward submission to the National Secretariat of the Public Utility Workers' Union. According to the unions, the transfers of the general manager for Ashanti Sub-Transmission, Engineer Peter Kofi Fletcher, and the general manager for Ashanti East, Engineer Daniel Mensah Sari, were influenced by recent public comments attributed to the Ashanti Regional Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, NDC, Nana Kwesi Andrews. The chairman had reportedly accused engineers in the region of being political saboteurs planted by the previous administration. Union leaders rejected the sabotage claims, describing them as baseless. They further argued that the decision to transfer the managers falls outside the authority of the Energy Ministry. Away from that, if you attack us, we will give you a good response. That is a caution from the Ghana Armed Forces, warning the public to desist from attacking military personnel when on duty. The caution follows an armed attack on a military escort convoy protecting 140 civilians on Monday, 27 April 2026 at Binduri in the Upper East region, resulting in the death of 10 individuals, including 3 civilians and 7 assailants. Acting Director General of the Department of Public Relations of the Ghana Armed Forces, Naval Captain Veronica Ajo Ahen, narrates how this happened.
We were escorting a total of 140 people, and then the convoy came under attack by some unknown assailants. They fired several times at the buses, leading to the death of some civilians and some injuries. Personnel quickly repelled and then neutralized the assailants, and 7 persons have lost their lives. Let me say that even after the initial incident, the injured were sent to Bazua camp, where some of our personnel are deployed for first aid before they were transported to the Boko Presbyterian Hospital. Whilst on the move, the assailants continued to pursue the convoy, and so soldiers needed to continue to neutralize.
She has cautioned the public to desist from attacking military, while 21 suspects have been arrested and handed to the police for investigation. Let's move away from this particular story because President John Mahama will this week receive the report from the National Task Force for the establishment of an airline. The committee, after months of completing its work, will meet the president on its finding and recommendations as he expects to implement the strategies for the establishment of the national airline. President Mahama, in his first administration, engineered the construction of the Terminal 3 that has seen a total transformation of the country's main airport. But as the country readies to improve its aviation infrastructure, the president says a major development will occur in the quest to have a national airline.
This week also, I'm meeting the task force I set up to work towards the re-establishment of our national airline. I'm looking forward to receiving their presentation outlining the concrete roadmap for Ghana's flag to fly proudly across Africa and in the global aviation space once again. A dual concept airport hotel, there'll be a hotel, half of it will be budget for we the Mobrowa, and then the other half will be a luxury hotel for those who can afford it. I hear some airlines are reluctant to move to Terminal 2. But what I'm going to see at Terminal 2 today, I'm sure when we finish, they will be begging us to move to Terminal 2.
Just before we go, Ghana's Cocoa Board's anti-cocoa smuggling unit is collaborating with local security agencies to crack down on cocoa smuggling. Investigations by the unit found that some individuals linked to licensed buying companies misused government support for local purchases to buy cheaper smuggled cocoa. During a recent enforcement operation in Doma East District, 3 individuals have been apprehended for smuggling over 100 bags of cocoa from Côte d'Ivoire. Addressing the media during an accounting to the people tour, Bono Regional Minister Joseph Adai Akwabua revealed the crackdown is key to prevent irregularities in the sector.
And we received a lot of complaints from the farmers, and their complaints were that they have their cocoas being purchased by government, but they have not been paid any money, and that those cocoas that have been purchased, government is unable to pay them. But I know that government has released money to purchase cocoa from these cocoa farmers. So I decided to investigate where the monies were going. But we have found out that these monies were being used by some LBCs and some purchasing clerk to purchase cocoa from Cote d'Ivoire to Ghana, because Cote d'Ivoire, the price for Ivorian cocoa beans is very cheap.
Well, you just heard there Bono Regional Minister Joseph Adai Akwabwa ending the 6 a.m. news on 3FM 92.7. For more stories and updates, please check out our website 3news.com. I am Christabel Success Treve. Business is up next on Sunrise.
FM 92.7 Urban Lifestyle Radio Station. Accra gets busy on this frequency. 92.7 3FM.
Hello, good morning and welcome to the business news on Sunrise. Coming up this morning, Africa Sustainable Energy Center applauds Akosombo recovery efforts while calling for better backup systems, warning that Ghana's grid is too fragile.
Go back to the drawing table, re-strategize, introduce redundancy, and figure out how we can upgrade a system without power constraints.
Meanwhile, energy consultant signals the load shedding timetable is feasible amid Akosombo restoration efforts.
I think it's feasible, looking at the challenge we have with the Akosombo control room and the work they are doing, to be able to give some sort of timetable for the next 5 days.
Plus, Chief Executive Officer of Dalex Finance warns tax cuts threaten economic discipline.
As soon as you say remove tax, you are just saying that the government's pot of money should be reduced. Now, does that mean that we are also prepared to accept the government spending less? If not, then we should be careful.
I am Christabel Success Trevor. We'll bring you details of a headline story shortly. Now, the Africa Sustainable Energy Center has commended government's efforts to restore power generation units at Akosombo following a recent fire outbreak. The energy minister says work is underway to bring a third unit back online out of a total of 6. The center, however, says authorities must reinforce backup and redundancy systems to prevent a repeat of the outages experienced by consumers.
Speaking at a press briefing on Monday, Energy Minister John Jinapor said technical teams are working round the clock to stabilize the power system after the fire at the Akosombo Power Control Center. He said authorities have moved swiftly alongside key energy sector agencies to limit disruptions and restore electricity supply.
Through emergency technical interventions and sheer determination, the first generation unit was successfully restored yesterday. This afternoon, as I was about preparing to come for this briefing, I received confirmation from the acting Gridco MD and the VRA MD that the second unit has also been brought and is generating power. I've also been reliably informed that the third unit is undergoing works and that it will be brought on as soon as possible.
Reacting to the update, the Executive Director of the Africa Sustainable Energy Center, Engineer Justice Ohene Akoto, welcomed the progress made so far.
We commend the engineers for such a work that has been done. And then also regarding the outages, the data related to the retrofit regarding the transformers, he spoke about it and even mentioned that they want to put the reforms regarding grid quota after the World Cup. We've taken note of the address and what they are doing.
He also urged authorities to strengthen backup and redundancy systems to prevent a reoccurrence of the outages experienced by consumers.
What I would advise is for ECG and then Gridco and the relevant stakeholders to put a halt. I mean, they should pause what is going on, restore back the system, power where we were. It was stable until this upgrade came. Go back to the drawing table, re-strategize, introduce redundancy, and figure out how we can upgrade a system without power constraints, how we can upgrade a system without affecting supply.
Meanwhile, energy consultant Kwejopoku has indicated that a structured load shedding timetable may be feasible within the next 5 days as engineers work to restore operations at the Akosombo Dam following a devastating fire that occurred on April 23. Speaking on business focus, Poku noted a load shedding timetable will offer businesses and domestic users across the country the opportunity to plan.
Now we know the problem. There are two problems that we shouldn't put them together. There is a problem that has arisen because of the fire. That we are told within the next 5 days it should be resolved. They have 2 units up. They are going to get a 3rd unit up. But with that, the ministry, Gridco and ECG knows that they don't have access to at least a good 600 to 800 megawatts from Akosombo. That they should be able to now look at the overall distribution plan across the country and say that, okay, during the day or during this time, we are going to give what is available to this area and we're going to give what is not to this area. So some level of timetable is feasible within the next 4 or 5 days. And I think I heard the minister mention something like that. I don't know whether it was something that was to be prepared or is something that was done. But I think it's feasible, looking at the challenge we have with the Akosombo control room and the work they are doing, to be able to give some sort of timetable for the next 5 days.
Kwejopoku is an energy consultant. Still on the power crisis, the Association of Ghana Industries, AGI, has raised an urgent alarm over the deteriorating power situation in the country, warning that the combination of domestic doomsday and the escalating Iran-US war is threatening the survival of local manufacturing. Speaking on business focus, chairman of the Greater Accra branch of AGI, Chona Atbelu, noted power now accounts for approximately 30% of total industrial costs. The recent wave of unannounced outages has created a major headache for factory owners who are already grappling with a 40% surge in global oil prices and massive shipping surcharges.
For us in industry, every minute counts and every day counts, so that the more the program gets on, the more difficult it is for us to produce. And already, because of recent increase in some of the costs of utilities and so on, we are already witnessing an upward increase in overall costs. So that the issue of power coming to the fray is giving us more headache than before. We are already dealing with the issue of the Iran war that is posing a major challenge to power. So the least we want to expect is to see a domestic challenge to power. And so power remains a critical component of all our industrial activities. In fact, about 30% of the entire cost that we have in industry is actually assumed by power. And so any issue around power to industry, it's a major issue for us. It's very sensitive and we're very concerned how it is resolved.
Chartered economist and CEO of Dialex Finance, Joe Jackson, has raised a cautionary note regarding calls for tax reductions, arguing that such measures could undermine the fiscal discipline that has stabilized Ghana's economy. Speaking at the UPSA Dean's Lecture Series themed Exchange Rate Sustainability and Resource-Backed Stabilization in Ghana, economic reforms, policy trade-offs, and the role of Gold Board, Jackson highlighted significant improvements in key indicators.
One of the reasons why the economy has improved, and all the numbers have improved, the exchange rate has improved, the inflation has come down to single digits, the interest rates are down, all the numbers are trending in the right places, is because of discipline. Discipline that we don't borrow what we don't need. Discipline that we only spend what we have. That discipline is critical. That is what has delivered. Now, as soon as you say remove tax, you are just saying that the government's pot of money should be reduced. Now, does that mean that we are also prepared to accept the government spending less? If not, then we should be careful.
You heard the chartered economist and CEO of Dalex Finance, Joe Jackson. Now let's take a look at how the cedi is faring against major trading currencies and how some key commodities are also faring on the global market.
On the interbank foreign exchange market, the dollar is selling at 11 cedis, 11 pesewas. It's gained 2 pesewas. The British pound is selling at 15 cedis, 4 pesewas. It's gained 5 pesewas. The euro is selling at 13 cedis, 2 pesewas. It's also gained 3 pesewas. However, be guided that these figures could be higher at a forex bureau name. On the global commodities market, Brent crude is trading at $107.86 per barrel. Gold is trading at $4,681.16 per ounce, down by $28.34. Cocoa is trading at $3,296 per ton, down by $135.
And that'll be all for the business news on Sunrise. For more updates and stories, please check out our website, 3news.com. I am Christabel Success Treve. Thanks for listening. Sunrise continues.
Christabel Treve for doing the 6 a.m. news as well as the business news for us. We're back here in studio for you from now till 10 a.m. Action-packed and a lot of excitement to look forward to this morning. We'll kick off with the weather again for you this morning. And the Ghana Meteorological Agency says mist or fog patches are expected over mountainous and forest zones during the early hours of the morning amidst partly cloudy conditions. As the day progresses, periods of sunshine and clouds will alternate over most parts of the country during the afternoon hours, with rainfall activities likely over many places within the coastal, middle, transition and northern sectors from the late afternoon into the night hours. And so a bit more rains expected from the afternoon do be on the lookout and pick an umbrella for yourself. We'll get into our song of inspiration, or should I say songs of inspiration, kind courtesy DJ Phil. After which we're back, we get into the newspapers and a host of others for you. We're streaming on Facebook as well as on YouTube. That's where you can leave a message for us, and most certainly we'll do the reading for you. Always appreciative to the Facebook family, always on the stream. But let's get into our songs of inspiration right now. Kind courtesy DJ Phil.
I will lift up my eyes unto the hills.
A number of them already here. And big on the agenda for us this morning: energy, electricity, and whether or not you have it at home. That's what's fresh on everybody's mind, particularly after we heard the energy minister yesterday provide some details. A promise to have all things return to normal by close of week because we had lost 1,000 megawatts of power. But did the explanation suffice? Has the power situation improved in your locality? It's one of the many questions we're asking this morning, and we'll be seeking to get a bit more in terms of details from you, our most cherished listener. Doing the listening from your vehicles, at home, and even as you journey to work. And for some of us, we're still quiet in bed and getting ready, or we're working from home. We're glad that you're a part of the show from now to 10 a.m. I'll bring you excerpt of that address by the Energy Minister, Dr. John Jinapor. I wonder why he doesn't use the doctor much. Because he got that PhD somewhere last year. Wasn't this year? Also, the president has been receiving reports as to the country having its own national carrier in terms of an airline company. We'll get you into all of those details. So on my list of individuals who should be getting a good morning today, I'll do one, just one this morning, and then we'll get you into the papers as well. So a good morning to Senior Counsel John Baptiste, always does a listening here on 3FM 92.7. The team is grateful, and we'll get you into the papers right now. We're starting off with the Daily Graphic. Big banner story here reads: Protecting Forest Security Staff grants forestry paramilitary powers. Chief Executive Officer demands. Stories by Timothy Nengbi and Samuel Ohene Iwo. And that's the Forestry Commission boss is saying, look, give us the powers to shoot and protect ourselves a bit more. I think that came up from over the weekend as well, when this entire shoot to kill in terms of our fight against Galamsey was resurrected. I don't know which side of the argument you are on, but I know some very interesting idealists who say shoot to kill is the wrong of wrongs, and so we should not be engaged in actions like that. But others have completely different opinions. They say, look, these are terrorists who are destroying all of our environments, and they're not just doing it, they wield weapons. I think the last NIMOS operation which we learned of, persons were picked up with guns and some other things. There was open fire on the NIMOS team as well. And so it begs the question, should there be a response in that manner as well, and those powers granted to the Forestry Commission and its officers who patrol the forest? Because we've had stories as to they're not being able to get Galamseyers out of the forest reserve because when they are approaching, they have military grade weapons which they use on them. sustained injuries and what have you, and in some instances, death as well has occurred. Immigration seeks private sector support. Reverend Steve Wengam presented a copy of the strategy document to President Mahama. Pecan Energy CEO named Young Global Leader. Asante Hene unveils Build Ghana Now campaign initiative to accelerate development. We go on to the back page. Fire destroyed Sunyani Court legal records, and GIZ hands over furniture to 2 pharmaceutical bodies. Those are the back page of the Daily Graphic. That's the back page of the Daily Graphic. The Daily Guide, next on my bail. Buankra Inland Port critical to economic change. GPHA board chair Serun Ketia with other government officials during the visit. Ashanti NPP Council of Elders backs Afoko for chairmanship. Who will be your chairman? Is it the chairman of all chairmen? Or the chairman who was before? All of that will be laid out a bit more for you. Achime Boakwa declares Echureso Hene persona non grata. Christian Divine Church calls for peace. KNUSC secures 400 million cedis Get Fund contract for teaching hospital. GIS pushes border security reform initiative. That's the Ghana Immigration Service. And I was financially stable before marriage. Richard Niamakwe saying this. He is also on the front pages here. If you go onto the back page, there's a 10th Ghana CEO Summit. There's a picture of all of the CEOs lined up here. Phil, when will you also be on the back page of a newspaper, being a part of Club 100 CEOs? I see Set Tech, but I see ministers. Okay, so not all of them are CEOs. Now I see our own Madame Beatrice, a German, as well. I see the Zoom Lion boss, Zoom Lion CEO as well. So a host of individuals lined up. It comes off on the 28th of May, Ghana CEO Summit at the Kempinski Gold Coast Hotel, Accra. And we will be there because our CEO is there. Kunzo, respect yourself. Oh, I will be absolutely slaughtered. So what I did was the Monday edition of the Daily Guide. Actually, I'll do today's edition. Actually, how did they bring me yesterday's paper? Adamu's Resources Mining leases revoked. That's a big banner story on the Daily Guide newspaper this morning. Heath Goldfields must stay. Residents say Prophet Uche receives Otunfo gold medal. Adamu's Resources lawyer writes to Daily Guide. Dodowa land dispute. Minister accused of trespassing. Lawyers punch Richard Niamakwe prejudicial interview. Pythons take over Kumasi ECG substation. Dumsoske Akosombo back on stream. Power supply to improve. Energy Minister is saying this. Minister revokes Adamu's Resources leases of illegal mining. President cuts out for airport concourse project. Ghana Armed Forces confirm Bazua attack. 3 civilians, 7 assailants killed. On the back page of the Ghanaian Times, Ghana Health Service raises alarm over rising obesity among adolescents. Yesterday I shared a flyer and a colleague was asking where the source was from. Stakeholders urge to intensify fight against domestic violence. The new finder, fintech growth must translate into real financial gains. BOG Deputy Governor. Fiscal discipline drive decline in debt to GDP ratio. Mine Workers Union rejects contract mining push for major firms. So this story is a very, very interesting story. So the country has ordered multinational, right, mining firms to begin to outsource to local companies a lot of the operations being undertaken here. Some of the multinationals are asking for extended periods and all of that, or extension dates as to the deadline that's been set by government. Now, while the government says, no, we will not give you any extension, mine workers in Ghana say that decision by government completely flies in the face of their interest because their pockets will be affected. They say that, look, the locals do not pay well, like when the multinationals are in charge of the operation, and so let us not countenance the idea because they will not pay us as good as the international companies. And so that's the latest on this particular subject matter, and they are pushing against the government deadline and the government ultimatum as well in terms of having these multinationals outsource the operations to local firms. GSE market cap hits 279 billion. I'm still on the new finder, and MTN partners Smega to support SMEs. I'm going to take us to the Ghanaian Times, right? Because that has it's the middle part of the newspaper that has the situation with power and the minister's address from yesterday. I'll have us listen to him as well in quite some detail this morning. But let me know, like I mentioned, what the situation in relation to power is from your locality. DJ Phil says his power went off. That is Domi Pillar 2, right? Domi Pillar 2, the lights were out from 11 till he left. Right now, we don't know if the light is in and you're at work. Have you doubt? So you've not checked. You are using doubts. You can't use doubts to make an argument, but you can check. And if it's the case that it's still out, so 11 p.m. till as at this morning when he was leaving, his light had still not returned. The minister says we're getting the Akosombo back on stream. As at yesterday when he was announcing 280 megawatt was back on stream, and so that should be a bit in terms of positives, right? Now let me get you the full details of the story as well from the Ghanaian Times newspaper. Page 12, stories by Julius Yao Petechi. The Minister of Energy and Green Transition, Dr. John Abdullahi Jinapo, has assured that government is working around the clock to restore reliable power supply across the country. Speaking at the Government Accountability Series held at the Presidency in Accra yesterday, he indicated that 2 out of the 6 units at the control room of the Ghana Grid Company, that's Gridco, which were affected by a fire outbreak at Akosombo over the weekend, had been restored. Dr. Jinapo explained that the restored unit will make an additional 280 megawatts of power available for distribution. He noted that the third unit was in the process of being brought on stream at the time of the briefing. Now, while the remaining units were expected to be restored within the week, the minister stated that although the ministry, in collaboration with its agency, was undertaking a transformer replacement and upgrade program, the power situation has been worsened by the fire, which affected the control room responsible for power evacuation at the facility. He indicated that the incident left more than 1,000 megawatts of power stranded at the plant, thereby affecting supply to homes and industries. And so that's the minister in relation to that. He answered a number of questions as well as to why the Gridco boss had been asked to step aside and what have you. I'm just going to take us in and listen briefly to excerpts. When I return, I'll take you across regions as well and touch base with a few of my colleagues to get an understanding as to what the situation is. But here's the minister as he addressed the press yesterday.
And decisive leadership, we implemented structural reforms
3FM
across the entire value chain, from generation, transmission, through distribution, and its related areas. These reforms showed measurable results, and you can attest that for a very long time, the power was relatively stable, and we received a lot of commendation. On the generation side, independent power producers who were complaining and threatening to shut down received significant improvement. We worked on fuel generation, increased gas consumption from Jubilee, from TEN, and from N-Gas, stabilizing gas supplies. On the fuel side with liquid fuels, we equally stabilized it. We brought discipline in the distribution sector, culminating in increased revenue collection, and more importantly, a very disciplined expenditure framework for ECG and NETCO. Whilst in 2024, ECG spent about 9.3 billion. This year, ECG spending 1.8 billion through efficiency, spending that amount on critical infrastructure. And everybody can attest to that fact. Last year alone, we restored the partial risk guarantee from the World Bank, which had been depleted, $500 million. We paid over 1.4 billion energy sector debt, restoring confidence in the sector and ensuring that we deliver reliable power to the people of Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, taken together, these efforts have resulted in a period of relative stability in power supply, one that many Ghanaians have experienced over the past year. However, and as happens in life, recently we've had some major challenges.
3FM
These challenges
92.7
have become a two-pronged challenge. The first is the unfortunate incident that just occurred over the weekend. The second is the technical challenges we faced based on the obsolete equipment, overloaded transformers, and transformers that have been failing. But notwithstanding these challenges, the overall trajectory of the power sector remains strong, progressive. We continue with the reforms, and I must say that the sector remains resilient despite the recent challenges. And as Minister for the sector, even though this is a very challenging period, I am determined to work with the team to ensure that we overcome these challenges. And so, members of the press, with your permission, I will deal with these two challenges. And with your permission, I'll take care of the incident that happened at Akosombo last week. I address you today first on what happened to Ghana's biggest generation plant, the Akosombo plant. An unexpected and significant incident that has greatly and significantly disrupted power evacuation across the country. Fellow citizens, this incident represents one of the most serious and unprecedented disruptions ever experienced in Ghana's power sector. And in the energy sector, Akosombo used to serve as a balance of load. And so hitherto, all of us even believe that once you lose Akosombo, then you lose the entire nation. As unfortunate as it is, despite the loss of Akosombo, all the other plants have been running. But it leaves a major deficit. The fire incident severely damaged the control room responsible for power evacuation. Because when they generate the power from the thermal plant, from the hydro plant, it has to go to the control room first. Then the control room takes the power through the switchyard and distributes it. And so when you lose the control room, it means that on the spur of the moment, you cannot evacuate any power, thereby crippling a critical component of the transmission system, leaving over 1,000 megawatts of power stranded at Akosombo. Obviously, with such an unfortunate situation, and inevitably, it results in supply disruption across parts of the country. Fellow Ghanaians, as minister responsible for the energy sector, my foremost desire and objective is to ensure that every Ghanaian and every part of our country enjoys a stable, reliable, and uninterruptible power supply for economic activity and social activity. This has been the focus of our effort since assuming office, and we have not relented on that effort. This unfortunate and unprecedented disaster, which I have never witnessed, has resulted in the temporary curtailment of power from our largest generation source, the Akosombo Dam, leading to severe power challenges not witnessed in recent times. Let me state, and I state humbly, to all those affected by this situation, I wish to assure you that I deeply empathize with you and I share your frustration and discomfort in this trying moment. We never anticipated this. We never saw it coming. We've never witnessed it. It's challenging, but we would rise above this challenge. Let me assure you that government, working through all relevant sector agencies, have responded with urgency and coordination. Our engineers have since remained on site. Some of them have stayed there for 3 continuous days without leaving site, working around the clock under very, very extreme and difficult conditions to restore operations. It has been hard work. It has been determination. When I visited the dam site and received the briefing, it was very challenging. Others thought that it was not going to be possible. But I'm pleased to inform you today that through emergency technical interventions and sheer determination, the first generation unit was successfully restored yesterday. This afternoon, as I was about preparing to come for this briefing, I received confirmation from the acting Gridco MD and the VRA MD that the second unit has also been brought and is generating power. I've also been reliably informed that the third unit is undergoing works and that it will be brought on as soon as possible.
Okay, let's go.
And we know that a number of areas as well will experience outages today as well, as the Electricity Company of Ghana continues to undertake the work and also helps explain or provide a bit more in terms of details for planning what the situation is as a result of the situation at Akosombo. As someone told me, the right pronunciation is Akosombo. Akosombo. So there was a question asked about a timetable, and the minister said, look, when all of this was happening, I spoke to the president, and the president said, John, be honest with the people. Don't go and lie to them or be going around in circles. Just go to them honestly and explain to them what the situation is and provide clear timelines as to when you can resolve it. That's a better position than going to lie to them. So on that question of timetable, he says that, look, we are getting the switches back on stream And so a timetable will not be the most important thing. Rather, the Electricity Company of Ghana will continue to provide details as to which parts and which parts are to go off because the Akosombo is not on stream. And they have been doing that because we have details as to areas which will be without power today. Let me say good morning to Johnnie Hughes as well.
Charlie, how be? Listening to that. I'm looking at the towns that are going to face the brunt of the situation.
Yeah.
Interesting. And you were right about Akosombo. It's just like Dai or Dai. Not Dai, South Dai. The end is not there, but it's actually supposed to be there.
You say Dai.
Yes, people say Dai, but it's Dai.
Dai.
Yeah, it's nasalized. Bayard or Dogono.
Oh, those are places I've known.
Please say present, sir, when I mention your area. Bayard or Dogono, Awoshi, Masalachi, Demod, CMB Flats, Olebu, Canada City, New Ayawaso, Amamole, Egbeta, Latebio Koshi, Alogbushi, Neoplan, Best Point, Kaneshi Flats, Coco Clinic, Kaneshi Sports Complex, parts of Kantamanto, Asofang, Amen, Amen, parts of Ofanko.
Where is that? Amen.
I don't know. I have no idea.
If you, is that around where?
But we don't know the aim. You are adding after Tantra. Okay, parts of Ofanko, Pokwasi Interchange, Eja Herbal in Sawam Township, Oparikrum, Edwajiri, Pentecost University, Israel, parts of not the Hamas.
Israel Alaji.
Yes, Tabora.
Yes.
Parts of Alaji. Parts of Sotum.
Antieku.
No, it's not supposed to be Antieku. It's Anti-Aku. There's no name in Ghana called Eku. It's Anti-Aku. Yeah. And ECG is making this mistake. The driver's mates and trotro mates they've corrupted it. Yeah. It's Anti-Aku. There's nothing like Anti-Aku.
These are towns.
She's from Sempe. Aku is from Sempe. NIC, Joma Township, Ablekuma Agape, Mataheko, Adeso, Kota, Ablekuma Tigo Pole. Hey, Boko Boko. Have you had Boko Boko before?
I know all these places.
Mahia is new town. Mahia means new town.
Yeah.
Afuaman,
the spelling
CP.
Of Afuaman is not what I know.
Afuaman. Yeah. CP, Joma, Mayera, Kuntuse, Amasamang. It's not Amasamang. Fise, Toman. Parts of Kwashima, Niboy Town, Abrantia Sport, Dakuman, Ghana Technical University College Campus, that's at Tesano, parts of Tesano, Eja Herbal. Eja Herbal has appeared twice, that is double punishment. John Tay, SHS, parts of Ofanko. Ofanko has also appeared before. Yeah, so what's happening? Malam Junction, JE University, Men's Chrome, Sakaman, Malam Market, parts of Dansuman, parts of Shukura, parts of Latebio Koshi, parts of Adabraka Atiko, parts of North Kaneshi, parts of New Fadama, parts of Abosokai, Egbeta, and surrounding areas. Egbeta has appeared twice.
Yeah. So from this, Gan West, areas around Gan West.
Gan West is getting, Okaikwe South is getting a bit of it.
Yeah.
Okaikwe Central is getting a bit of it. Okaikwe North is getting a bit of it. And then you come towards the Dansoman area, Ablekuma West. Ablekuma West is all getting some of that. Wow, interesting. Hey,
there's
this was from yesterday.
No, this is also affected areas today as well.
Today?
Yes. So
Odan Cortes, Akim Swedro SHS, Asikuma, Amanfopong, Diakong, Nkwetia, Abetifi, Pepease, Shishi, Sempoa, Abene, Ankase, Bula Sport, Ifidiase, Asokore, Ganas, Boshe, Zongo, Pipeline, Obos, Magazine, Wawaso, Suhum Township, Akwetia number 4, Anyaso, Antiankama, Nkwanta, Timber Market, Achiase, ECG district offices, part of Nkoko Township, Asokao, Mepom, Nyanwa, Esaso, Nyankumase, Osinase, Kubreso, Akanting, part of Old Estate, Paradise, Residency, Eridex, PURC. Hey, even PURC that regulates ECG, ECG, they play. Atechim, PURC will have his share. Nyami Krum, Densu, parts of Okrase, Te Nkwanta, Tinkong Konko, Asase Koko, Edukrum, Nyensi, Adoso, Mangwase, Kwamoso, Akim Odan Post Office, number 9, Police Barracks, Community 6, Aprede, Osorase, and Achiase.
So this is Eastern region.
Yeah,
what we
Eastern
did
was Greater Accra.
Greater Accra. So this is Eastern region.
Eastern region. The problem is all over the place.
And there are a number of other regions. And so this is why so power is supposed to be out from 12 a.m.
to 6 a.m. That's 28th of April, 12 a.m. to 6 a.m.
Meaning their power should have returned by now.
Yes.
So it would have gone off in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
And it would have returned by now because it should have been on an hour and 8 minutes.
That's right. And so if it's not up, please call ECG on 0302 611 611.
Ask for that number. If I sleep and wake up,
please call them and tell them that you owe us power. Give us power. Yeah, I got the power.
So this is the reason why the energy minister said a timetable will not be given because as and when, even by close of day today, we could have the third switch back on. It's 6, right, and two
are functioning.
Have been brought back on stream, giving us 280 megawatts. The third one was being worked on. And so he argued that, look, if we give you a timetable, things might change.
Right.
And so we're working on it. But ECG will provide details as to which areas will be off and which areas will be on so that you can know what the situation is as well in relation to that. And so we've walked you through a number of the townships. This one as well is
in the Ashanti region. So Domiabra.
So they are going off from 6 a.m. So their power should be off by now
until midnight.
Until midday.
Midday.
Until midday. So they'll have no light until midday. So the towns we are about to mention, if you are listening to us in the Ashanti region,
they are definitely listening to us.
You will not have light from now to 12 p.m.
Domiabra, Apomase, Apiedu, Kokobeng, Donyina, parts of Ejeso, Trabom, Manson Kwanta, Boko, Chidie, is it Chidie or Chidie?
Chidie.
Okay. Fuanse, Antoa Chrome, Nineso, Seidi, Adankwame, Edu Jama, Fufuo, Esuofua, Asamain, Nketia, Esaso, parts of Kronum, Techiman, Dichemboso, Oshimase, Hilltop, parts of Esoyeboa, Moshi Zongo, Airport. The airport will go off.
Yeah, airport.
Parts of Pankrano, Ashia, Kuma, Apromoase, Krapa, Bampenase, Edubenso Kese, Swedro, Edubenso Bia, Sewaba, Asabi, Asokori Mampom, parts of affordable housing, Akokwamon, Chichire Krum, Echem, Pakoso, Aprede, Akorem, Edukrum, Dagomba Line, Ofori Krum, Onye, Amakom, Stadium, Krofom, Ampabame, Afrancho, Kantinchiren, GBC, Asafo, Dadie Swaba, Dote, Sepe, Timpong, Yabi, Achiremade, Chichibong, Agrik Inzima, Ebruaso, Kromoase, Asokwa, Konongo, Juaso, Asoche, Achia Krum, Abuakwa, Makrum, Mim, Ejanfo, Nerebeyi, Did I got it right? Derebehi, Infensi, Maase, Adwenase, Tabom, Aboaboga, Esen Wawase, Antoboase, New Nsuta Zongo, Amangoase, Takwa Mankro, Impatase, and Anomanje, parts of Magazine, Siambe, Sawaba, Denase, Abechim, Anyang Kwanta, Dominase, Abono, Obo, Kuwait, Nachia, Sewa, Aprabong, Mamponting, Sewa.
That was Sewa. Yeah.
Is this spelled? Is that how they spell it? It's not,
I should think so.
No.
I should
William
think so.
Evans Inkum doesn't spell it that way. Aprabong, Mamponting, Agona Nsuta, Kumewu, Mampong, Efidiase, Breman, Afrancho. Afrancho has appeared too many times. Bokanche, Owabi, Sofola, and Complex, Nyan Chirena, se, Inkawie, Twase, Esukuma, and surrounding areas. It's the surrounding areas part that weakens me.
Surrounding areas means
stray bullet.
If you are in the fringes of any town mentioned,
stray bullet, you are off. We will show you. We'll show you how you go off.
Then there's a western region as well. These towns will go off between 6 a.m. to 12 p.m. Diabene, Nkrofo, Kansarodo, Intakofo, Mount Zion, Racecourse, Hwindo, Nchaban,
yeah.
Nyankrom.
This is the central region.
No, this is this is western region.
Nchaban, yeah.
Nchaban.
I remember Nchaban.
Nyankrom, Shama, Aboise,
Disco, Buswa, Mpanyasa.
Is it Buzwa or Buswa?
Buswa or Buzwa?
Buzwa. I think I know it as Buzwa.
Okay.
You know the Fantis have the Z.
Yeah. This is not Fanti. If it's the western region, then it's going towards Nzima. And you name Prestia Township, there so near Boase, Ntom, Agona Port, and Kwaso, Bechima, Asafo, and surrounding areas.
Yeah. So they don't have a lot of towns, but from 6 a.m. to 12 p.m. And we'll get. So how many regions did we do? 4 regions, right?
We've done Ashanti, we've done Greater Accra, we've done Eastern region, we've done Western region.
Yeah, so 4 regions.
Yeah,
four regions. Some have had their power should have been restored, but it's not been.
Yeah.
Phil mentions Domi Pilatu. When we went through the list, he says his power is out still.
Yeah.
Domi Pilatu was not in the.
It's part of surrounding areas.
No, but even surrounding areas, the power is to be back by 6 a.m.
Yeah, but Phil has to understand that this area is part of the surrounding areas.
Okay, yes. I think it falls in surrounding areas because if you look at
Ofanko, surrounding areas.
You fall in the category of surrounding
areas. You Ofanko, Amasama, Fise, surrounding areas.
Yeah. No, bring us Greater Accra region again.
Greater Accra region. Greater Accra is surrounding areas.
Yeah.
No worry.
Greater Accra will have you.
Yeah.
Only that I agree. So you shouldn't have had light in the middle of the night. Only that I believe your power should be on by now.
Yeah.
You said you checked and it wasn't.
So look at Phil lives at what?
Domi Pilatu. Domi Pilatu will fall within.
Domi Pilatu will come towards Asofang, yes. Ofanko.
Ofanko interchange.
Yes, around that area.
Part of Ofanko.
Yeah. So Asofang. Amen. Parts of Ofanko, Pokwasi interchange, Eja Herbal in Sawam Township, so and surrounding areas.
Do you agree? You fall within the category. Once they mention,
parts of Ofanko came twice. Parts of Ofanko.
Yes.
So it means that on your left side and your right side, you are.
So you're on the same line, and so when they take it out, they'll take you out too.
Parts of Ofanko came first after Amen, and then parts of Ofanko came after John Tay SHS. Parts of Ofanko. Yes.
John Tay is along that.
Yes. So
Achimota
it's part of
and so
surrounding
most
areas.
definitely explains why you may not have had power as at the dead of the night.
Big shouts to all the surrounding area guys.
For them as well.
Your name is not on the list, but
Salt. Salt. Salt.
Small lightweight.
They have light, but that notice actually captures you in
part
terms
of
of
Ofanko.
Because Ofanko is mentioned twice, and there's John Tay.
Canada
City.
Even Canada is not spared.
Kuwait, we saw Kuwait also.
Even Canada is not spared, Charlie.
So yeah, that's a situation.
No, ECG they do all.
That's a situation in terms of power. We'll get into it proper. Let me see if a number of you as well have shared thoughts with us via Facebook as to what you make of the situation, and if you're satisfied with the responses we got from the minister yesterday.
Oh, Charlie, somebody says at okay, Skyman Airbender Lama says I should stop renaming Kumasi towns. Okay, I'm sorry. It says I'm Atasa. Okay, no problem. Johnny, please let AI mention the names. Kumasi guys are not happy with you. Okay, I agree. I'm sorry. I apologize.
He says you should do it.
I said I'm renaming Kumasi towns the way I'm mentioning the names. I'm sorry. I apologize. But there's one message from Aaron,
which is what we're about to get into
right.
as well. That following the distressing reports of the heavy shootout in Binduri, it's a firm wake-up call to the youth within the enclave and surrounding districts. The preservation of our future depends on the peace we maintain. I strongly urge all young people to resist the urge to participate in any form of armed conflict or gun battle. Engaging in violence only leads to the loss of precious lives and the destruction of the progress we have worked hard to build. Aaron Babako Kokomisa.
Aaron Babako Kokomisa from Latebiokosh.
Yeah.
One of our longest standing listeners back in the day. Hey, Aaron, how are you doing?
He sends that.
I remember Aaron. He used to be a regular caller.
Yeah.
I miss our callers though. Abolo, Common Sense.
Yeah.
Papa Bisu. Urea, Eben Kwabenya, Haja the freedom fighter.
Yeah.
Abu Ikokomlemle. Baba Ajana One. Hey, I've forgotten the name.
A number of them.
Seshak, and then Ninungwa. I remember as well. Then the Ajimi Victor. Hey, Charlie, I've forgotten some of the names. So forgive me. But I mean, yesterday I saw a message on one of the posts suggesting that the youth feel that the military and the police are failing them, so they want to take things into their own hands. I don't think that's a wise thing to do, because you may end up killing yourselves. And I've always made that passionate appeal to the people who live in those areas, especially the Boku, Binduri, all those areas, that you spend time. Mawuena, I've had opportunity to travel up north a couple of times in recent time, just this weekend. You find vast land, right? It's vast. You look at the farmlands that they have and you see what people have planted. You take a walk and you feel the scorchy sand. The dust is biting. It's right in your face. It's quite uncomfortable, sometimes very humid, and very unsettling for you. How does anybody on earth go through all of those processes just to harvest the produce, whether they be groundnut or maize or rice or whatever it is, then gather the money to go and buy firearms, military grade weapons to fight a long-standing battle that they do not know the origin for? It just doesn't make sense to me. What happened to using that same money to expand your farm so that you are creating? In Accra and in Kumasi, in Takrady, in all those cities that we talk about, when people start businesses and the business starts thriving and things start coming into the business, they make it a point to make sure that they are expanding the business, they are scaling up, they are employing more people. Why can it not be the same? This is a lone shooter who attacked the vehicle with military escort without provocation, and life has been lost. And does that settle the whatever qualms that this individual or whoever sponsored him or whoever is associated with him had with the system? It doesn't. And increasingly, people are losing their lives. I went to the funeral I told you in Sandema, and I met a gentleman who says that he is a nurse, a health worker, who is currently at Boku. Spirited, energized. I took a photo with him. He took a selfie with me, blah, blah, blah. But I was just thinking that what if he's caught up in a stray bullet? This is a nurse. What if? So we have to look at a way to stop this. And I dare say that people are profiteering from this. Mawuena, the last time we checked, in the last administration, we were told how much it costs to maintain the military there. Feeding, accommodation, weapons, ammo. Look, it's a whole lot.
Yeah.
And we know how the continued conflict is affecting economic life in those places. So can we just not... I'm struggling too hard to understand why this has festered for too long, and we will take a detachment of military people there and go and put them there 6 months, 1 year, and then we'll swap, and then we'll bring another set. What's going on? Can't we use that money for something else? And can't we call the leaders of the factions and bring them to book? Sometimes it's good to cut the head of the snake so that the snake, that the snake is truly dead. The people behind this who are doing all manner of heinous activities just to end the lives of many, and they are fighting, as I said, they are fighting a battle or a war that they don't even know what the origin of the war is. That's the painful part. They are fighting a war which origin they do not know. That's the painful part. And you look at the lands and you look at what could actually be done there. Look, if I have money and I'm an investor and I come into the country and I do the feasibility study, I see I can put up a factory here, I can grow whatever it is that will feed the factory, and the factory can run and it can create jobs, I will do it. But I will not do it in a war-torn area, because my investment then will be stagnated. I will not get money.
Nobody. In fact,
nobody will come to me.
That's like one of the basic things in terms of analysis any business does when they are entering a new environment. Politics. What's the political situation there?
Yeah.
Conflict. Conflict is the biggest disincentive.
They call it in marketing pestle. Yeah.
That's the biggest disincentive for any investor to want to go anywhere. And the evidence is even in our faces right now. Small
political, economic, social, technological, legal, it's there.
Environmental.
It's there.
And I recall about a month or so ago, the member of parliament for the area was there, and there was a festival which he was at, and he addressed the people and said a lot more of such development. I think there was cutting sword for something, a project, and was telling the people that more of these will come. He's a leader of government business in parliament.
Right.
And if for nothing at all, we know that leaders in parliament or have the ear of development agent in terms of the roads minister and other persons to cater for their constituency. Yet he cannot have those specs because the contractors who will go there and improve
they don't want
the
to go there.
roads
they don't want to go.
Will have their lives under threat if they were to go. And so they cannot go. And so the small development his office as majority leader will come with even, he's not going to get it.
Yeah.
And he was appealing to the people. This was about a month ago. He was appealing to the people that, look, this piece you've afforded, give it a chance, because more of the development will come.
I saw a video somewhere, I think about a year or maybe a year and a half ago, where somebody says if he's a man, he should come to the town. He can't even come to his own constituency, own home. That's like, look. And you know the strange thing, Mawuena? Before that, though, we're live on Kesmi FM 107.1 in Tamale. Alaji Kesmi, good morning to you. Kesmi FM is one of the biggest, if not the biggest, in the Tamale and surrounding areas. That's the new cliche now, right? Tamale and surrounding areas. Now, we talk about the Boku conflict every now and then. And it gives us a bad impression of what, like people down south say, Northerners are not. You get the point. There's trouble, let's say, in Boku. And then we lump the whole region together and said they are fighting in the north. We do that. But in Accra, if something is happening at Adabraka, we zero in and say something is happening at Adabraka. We don't say something is happening in Accra. That's one. Number two, how do the people of Boku vote during elections? They voted in 2024, no? That's how come Mahama Yariga is the MP, no? They voted. How did the ballot boxes get to them? How did they come out peacefully to come and vote? How was there no violence on election day? And if we're able to do that, and even to elect assemblymen, unit committee members, whatever have you, can we not use the same template to ensure that there's continued peace in Boku? Because there are banks there, there are SNIT officials there, there are nurses, there are doctors, there are teachers, there are lawyers, there are judges, there are all manner of professions in Boku who expect that there will be peace and tranquility so they can go about their duties peacefully. Why? Why must it always be Boku in the news for? And what are they even fighting over? What are they fighting over? And what will the fight bring? Since they started fighting, what has the fight brought to them? There are other communities in this country that are benefiting from factories, blah, blah. Go to the Kpong area. B5 and all those factories are springing up, creating employment. People are happy to be around those places. The place is expanding and people are happy. So why must it always be people fighting? Fighting for what? Fighting over what and for what? You are fighting over what while your people keep being impoverished? You are fighting over what? What kind of stupid masculinity is that? What are you showing? What are you demonstrating? What are you fighting over?
And so 3 people, civilians, lost their lives. So let's see those numbers. One other was injured. And for the assailants who
were killed,
were undertaking the attack, the military returned fire and killed 7 and rounded up 10. Per the statement from the Ghana Armed Forces yesterday. The escort convoy was attacked in the morning yesterday. The convoy was protecting 14 civilians traveling from Boku to Bolgatanga. The convoy was shot at several times by unknown element at Binduri. 3 civilians were killed and 1 injured in the attack. 7 assailants were killed in the exchange of the fire. 10 other suspects were arrested and are assisting with investigations. I think it must not end here. 1 escapee tracked to a mosque. Weapons were retrieved. 1 G3 automatic rifle.
G3 is military grade. Yes. G3 is not supposed to be in the hands of civilians.
How are you getting G3 rifles?
It's also, so how did they get it? I think the military has to. So far, I think it's only the military that uses G3 rifles in this country.
How did they get
so
it? How
the
is
military
it coming into the country?
The military needs to do some self-introspection. We sit in a volatile area. All the countries around us have had their fair share of their turmoil, right? You go to Togo, they have had their fair share. You go to Burkina Faso, they have had their fair share. You go to Ivory Coast, they have had their fair share. Even if you spread it further, Niger and all those places, they have had it. We seem to be the calm water in the storm, right? And so if we are now getting these things being brought into the country or being handed over to people or for however it was done, the military needs to do some self-introspection to tell us that there's G3, yes, but how many more G3s are there? How many more M16s are there? How many more Kalashnikovs are there? These are questions that we must ask. 176 rounds of additional ammunition. 2 magazines, 20 rounds each. 4 ready for action. And these guys are, look, the people in the vehicle, there were over 140 people in the vehicle, had not done anything to any of these assailants.
Just open fire.
Just open fire and kill. And kill. Who are you even killing? Who are you killing? Who are you killing? Who?
And the mention of these ammunitions, I recall the former defense minister, the Lord bless his soul wherever he is, told us ammunitions at depots or in the storehouse went missing.
The armory, you mean?
In the armory, yes. Thank you very much. And questions were asked as to investigations and what was to happen in relation to that. We're finding military-grade weapon and ammunition
G3.
in the hands of feuding factions or assailants. I don't even want to say feuding factions. Some unknown, unscrupulous persons. Where did we get to on that investigation and a tracking of where those went? Otherwise, anybody can sit here today and say, could these be a part of what went missing? It's a question that can be asked. Also, a question can be asked as to how these weapons are ending up in the hands of these individuals.
So, AK-47 will go about 400 meters, right? Created for close range combat. The G3 is considered a main battle rifle capable of first round kills at 600 meters.
Further than an AK.
Further than AK. And created for mountainous forest battle and desert plain battle.
So it goes through trees and will still hit the target.
And that's the gun we are playing with now. That is what we are trying to play Juloke police with. We ought to be very careful. Oh. The people behind this Boko conflict must be brought to book ASAP. If there are chiefs, there are whoever, bring them to the center and deal with them. Bring them to the center and deal with them. Because they have cost us too much. Look, money, we are spending money that we don't have just to make sure that there is peace somewhere, because some 2 people or some 3 people are sitting on high horses. And they are causing all of us discomfort and pain. When I went to Boga, I went to Sandema, I could have just picked another vehicle and gone towards Boku, just to go and see how the place is and enjoy. I couldn't risk it. This vehicle was coming from Boku to Boga, where I was. Boku to Boga. I mean, Abba.
We've been joined via the phone lines by Richard Kumado's fraud and security consultant. Mr. Kumado, good morning to you. I trust that all is well.
Thank you.
Your initial thoughts as to what may have transpired, what appears to be a lack of fear on the part of these assailants, knowing very well the military was escorting this convoy and opened fire nonetheless.
So there were 2 things involved. Number one, for a very long time, Boko has been very calm. Issues of insecurity has been destabilized. Threat issues that come into the public space has been curtailed. What the offenders have done is that they are looking for loopholes within security management operations in order to return Boko back to the days of daily public insecurity. From the actions of the military or the frontline security officers, in non-conformity, I can see that they want to contend with the offenders so they don't return Boko back into the days of daily insecurity. If the security officers are confident and they are able to do that, then the assailants will go back into hiding. If they are not, then the assailants will contend with them and return Boko back to the days of insecurity. And that is where those who benefit from the Boko conflict will be back in business. And if we do the otherwise, then they will remain silent for a very long time.
Now, considering what we've seen and what was swift responses as well from the military, persons arrested, some traced to a mosque, weapons and some others retrieved, how soon would you expect that all of this will come to a head in being able to identify persons behind this attack?
The national strategy for the Boko conflict will have to be changed. There has to be a review mechanism where when people commit crimes, they are dealt with in accordance with law. You are talking about sophisticated weapons in the hands of illegitimate people or non-combatants. And to the extent that these guys are acting as combatants in the field, you brought in a national strategy that says that treat them with peace growth. You don't do that in any part of the world. You will create problems. And that is why you are not achieving the security results you needed to achieve in Boko within the shortest possible time. Mawuena, I can tell you, I had a conversation between you and Johnnie before you put me on. We are creating a psychological problem for the soldiers in particular in the front line. These are soldiers who have been trained and they are well equipped to do the job and to get a job done. They are way of getting the job done when you put them in the front line where civilians are acting as combatants. They will deal with it appropriately in line with their standard procedure. But you brought in a political governance strategy that says that even when you get closer to these guys, don't touch them. And even when you arrest them, nothing happens to them. You are creating a scenario where non-punishable of offenses will always rationalize bad behavior and promote antisocial tendencies in society. And that is what we are seeing. So we keep playing hide and seek. Oh, Ullo, then we go and come and they go. Once you create psychological problem for the soldiers, they'll fold their arms and pretend as if they are working, and they will not, because their base will be protected and everybody within that corridor will be protected, including their friends and cronies in town. And so the civilian is left to be affected. And that is the situation we are creating for ourselves in Boko. And it's unfortunate as it is.
If military convoys are no longer safe as well, then really, what is the solution for all these individuals who have businesses and who have the need to move in and out of the town? Because now the convoys are coming under attack.
They didn't go for the military convoy in that regard. They targeted a soft crime spot. When it comes to crime, where shooting is involved or armed robbery is involved, what the offenders do is that they look for the soft spot. The military vehicles and the military officers become the hard targets for them. So to the extent that they are testing the waters, they went for the soft spot and they targeted the civilian car. Somebody knew which cars were moving and which ones contain civilians. Probably, we need to revise the strategy where some of these movements will have to be a bit more restricted. But to the extent that Boko has enjoyed some level of freedom and peace, the military would have watered down the protective cover and allow people to move in that stretch without they being in those vehicles. This also means that the levels of activities and communication and movement between Boga or even Tamale to Boga to Boko will have to be reassessed. And once that is done and the military have the report in their hands, I believe they will adjust and they will make amendments as quickly as possible. Other than that, I have always insisted there's no militia operating in this country that can withstand the combined forces of the Ghana Armed Forces. They will take them out early in the morning, and by lunchtime, there will be no breakfast for them. Unless we change the strategy, this is our reality, and we have to deal with it.
Right, Mr. Kumaro, the other part of this that is of curious interest is the sort of ammunition these assailants had. A G3 automatic rifle, 2 filled magazines, 20 rounds each, 176 rounds of additional ammunition, amongst others. It's not the first time we're having to talk about proliferation of weapons, but to have military-grade weapons in the hands of persons like this, we always come back to the point that it's a cause for concern, but this is a bigger cause for concern to have military-grade weapons in the hands of persons who are moving through and from forests and opening fire on unarmed civilians?
That is what I wish the military should not be taking you and Johnnie and Nenokansi or Roland to the front line and put you in a uniform and equip you to withstand many of the shocks we are talking about. So when I use the word non-combatants acting as combatants, this is what I'm talking about. And if you go back into recent history, this is what has led to the uprising and the revelations and the coup d'etat in some of the countries up north, where you have soldiers going to the front line and they are being confronted with civilians with the kind of weapons we are talking about, and somebody sees somewhere, give an instruction and say, don't touch them. These are soldiers trained. Mawuena, soldiers have psychological issues when they are confronted with these issues and you hold their hands back. They will lay down their arms quietly without letting you know. And that is the major danger, not the guns in the hands of these people, but to the extent that you are not allowing your soldiers or your frontline first responders to deal with it in a manner that is appropriate and in line with law, you have broken the mechanism for law enforcement. And what they will do is to make adjustments and be playing with artificial intelligence along the way, and you will not get the results. Other than that, the soldiers on the ground, knowing who they are, and with the levels of intensity they can come under, and the intelligence officers on the ground, knowing what they know, I think we are not dealing with the issues. It goes back to what I have been saying for all these years. This is a crime. People are behind it. It's a business. They benefit from conflict, and they will provide all logistics, including the weapons we are talking about, to these guys in order to cause mayhem and create confusion, and somebody benefit from it, and the majority of the country will be in that.
Now, that's the part about soldiers and welfare and the concern that could come up. On our part in being able to mop up on these arms getting into the wrong hands, it appears we haven't been able to achieve quite enough. We had gun amnesty at some point in time, either this year or late last year. We heard that a number of people had surrendered their weapons. But obviously, I don't know what the plan was for areas like Boko and its surrounding areas where we're seeing military-grade weapons still in the hands of armed individuals.
Now, I think the amnesty program, the way it was structured, was a bit problematic from the beginning. They came back strongly and they put themselves together and did what they can do within the space. There are difficulties. If you remember, when Asante finished the mediation report and submitted it, one of the lines he used was that if they give him opportunity, he will buy the guns off the hands of these guys. We need to find out what has happened to the reconciliation processes at the Meshia and find out whether resources have been made available for him to use the traditional means in getting the hands from the guns of the hands of these guys. Then there has to be a reason why they have to give out their guns. Then there has to be another reason why the guns get into their hands in the first place. Until we are able to configure all this and create a convergence criteria, we might be doing too many things at wrong positions and at wrong points, and we will be getting the results needed.
And so you would expect some action in terms of a return there by the Small Arms Commission to try and get these weapons.
I think the mediation team will work. If the small arms get involved, that would be great. But you have military officers, the BNI officers, and the police on the ground. That is their area. Give them the resources. Tell them what to do. Don't go politically interfere. Leave the space for them and let them deal with the issue. They are professionals who know what to do and know exactly how to do it. They will clean it up for you within 3 weeks, hand it over to you and say, politicians, we have cleaned it up. Do what you want to do with it. Until you are able to do that, and you keep playing hide and seek, believing that one day God will come from heaven or our ancestors will come and help us, you wouldn't get the results. And we have played lip service with this Boko issue. People commit crime, they shoot people and kill them. The perpetrators have been let go. The offenders have not been prosecuted. And it keeps coming back to us in the same manner and form as we anticipated.
I've heard you mention the need for the strategy there to change, but in the interim, fears of possible reprisals and what have you, what will be your expectation in the next few days in ensuring we do not see reprisals in that manner or form?
So one might be a reprisal from the families or from the group whose people have been attacked. And number two, you should also not be surprised to see the military offensive within the communities. Then number three, they will reassess the road movement from Tamale to Boga to Boko, particularly within the Buduri area there. And whatever happens, it will just create some level of discomfort for road users. Other than that, these are the three likely scenarios. If the military are able to water down the space and the politicians come in to water down the space, then the families whose people have become the victims, they may not retaliate. Other than that, they may also possess the capacity to retaliate, and the military will be in the middle, and they will say, stop it, don't do it. And they will do it at the blind side, and they will go back and clean it up. They will go back, and these other guys will do it. And their determination to return Boko back to the previous status, where crime becomes the daily bread of the people, and people benefit. That is the strategy of the offenders. They are just testing the pulse. If you give them the space, they will run with it. It is my hope and prayer that they will not give them the space so that they could curtail it as quickly as possible.
Right then, Mr. Kumado, I appreciate you and the thoughts that you shared with us this morning. That's Richard Kumado speaking to us about the Boko situation. He argues that, look, the strategy ought to change. It's been the same for quite a while. Even for gun amnesty, he believes that, look, that course of action could have been implemented better to ensure that we get a bit more in terms of these military-grade weapons out of the hands of persons. But most certainly, a subject matter of concern across the board for a lot of people.
I know that the institution that Adam Bona leads, the Small Arms and Light Weapons Commission, they gave some amnesty, for people to return weapons that they had in their possession without authorization. Clearly, I'm not sure that anybody will, the Minister of Interior will authorize anybody to own a G3 rifle and with that much ammunition. So if the threshold is expired or the threshold is closed, I will urge Adam Bona and his team to zoom into action and start bringing people to book. And once they start bringing people to book, I'm sure that it will serve as a deterrence to many others to stop, misbehaving, because clearly this is misbehavior. And, Mr. Kumado said one thing that struck me. He indicated that we have not been too alert on the job. Even though we are trying to make efforts, we have not been too alert on the job. And that could possibly be giving them this, opportunity to misbehave. What happened to intelligence gathering? Because this guy came out of nowhere, right? Out of nowhere, and decided to get into a gun battle with the police, with the military. Now, it is for good reason that we are not using the police, but we're using the military. Even though the police, I believe, has all the units that is able to take care of this, but we're using the military. And the military's rule is different from what the police rule is. Their structure is totally different from what the police structure is. Now, if people can be so brazen enough to want to attack a military escort vehicle and the civilian vehicle that they were escorting, it tells you that people have gotten to a certain height where they can't be bothered anymore and they can do whatever they please, knowing that very little will happen to them. That's why the 10 people who have been arrested must be properly investigated and drill them and put them in there.
Details from them. Who is behind
deal
all
with
of
them.
this?
Deal with them like per the law, the harshest of them all. Deal with them. When that signal gets to the people, they will learn from it. But we keep treating them with kids' gloves. I'm sure that somebody somewhere will come up with a human rights conversation hogwash. Somebody will come up with that human rights conversation. Somebody will come up and say that, we should hasten slowly. There's always one person who comes up to talk those kind of talks. But nobody thinks about the people who have died. Nobody thinks about the soldiers who could have died. Nobody thinks about the soldiers who were being shot at. Nobody really thinks about it. You will find somebody who will come and talk about human rights. I'm on radio. The guy in me doesn't want to come out.
No more. Beshi.
Bedeshan
is here. We're getting into sports. Champions League football to look forward to. So is GPL. Or we're not back yet?
No, we're not back with the GPL yet. But it's Champions League we are looking forward to. Today is Bayern Munich versus PSG. Tomorrow will be Arsenal,
the mighty Arsenal
versus Atletico Madrid. But today we'll be watching for Arsenal's potential finalists, whether it's PSG, whether it's Bayern Munich.
Absolutely, I love the confidence with which you speak.
Course.
I love the confidence. I love it.
Potential finalists.
Charlie, I've seen this excitement before. The person got scored. The team got scored. They beat them. I've seen some before.
I've been warned not to say what I say regularly.
No. Don't say it. Don't say it. Even Bill is not happy about it.
McCaffrey.
McCaffrey Manuel.
Who is doing the listening? Go the Gunners.
His support.
It's a strong Arsenal fan. So this one I'll say, go the Gunners.
When I went to UK, I went to Woolwich Arsenal, and they had the Arsenal joint was there. I mean, Charlie, they had their own, pub and lounge. Yeah. Charlie was nice. It was beautiful. It was beautiful. Yeah. Lovely. I wish Accra, Hearts of Oak, and Kumasi Asante Kotoko had something like that. Charlie. But
we used to be big.
Yeah, then what happened?
Look, we used to be big. I always remember the story. I think it was it the Comfort Cup where Hearts beat Kotoko.
Yeah.
Right? And I recall I was in Ardenta Estates at the time, and on radio, everybody was glued to their radio set.
Right.
And Hearts took that lead. And I recall the screams of goal, like Black Stars was playing football.
Yeah. No, Hearts is a great team.
And so I try to reconcile as a young boy. I mean, I've always loved football. Who was hearing commentary like that? People glued to their radio set,
right?
And now that love for the local
it's
game
all gone.
Is completely gone.
It's gone. I think that we started dwindling when May 9 happened.
Yeah,
May 9, people were not too excited about the 10 of events.
Yeah,
and it does appear that we really haven't learned any serious lessons from May 9, and that's the painful part, because if we're really bothered and really concerned about keeping things the way they're supposed to be, we won't be repeating some of the mistakes that we saw back then. But Charlie, it is what it is.
Absolutely. Bill will do sports for us, after which we'll return with a bit more the Doomsaw conversation which Phil wants to have. We'll get a bit more perspective into it if you stay with us here on the 3FM Sunrise.
Hello, good morning, and welcome to the sports segment here on Sunrise on PFM 92.7. My name is Bill Ishen. Let's start off from the domestic front because FC Ashanti Gold 04 have been promoted to the Ghana Premier League after defeating Sky FC 4-1 over the weekend. Ashanti Gold 04, who were formerly Bekwai Heroes, have no relation to the former Ashanti Gold SC. The following 3 sports report provides clarity on the situation. FC Ashanti Gold 04 have secured a place in the Ghana Premier League for the first time in their history after they defeated Sky FC 4-1 in the Division 1 Zone 2 game. And as I mentioned, it's their first time going to play in the Ghana Premier League. But a lot of confusion has been coming up in social media because Ashanti Gold 04's colours and the logo looks very similar to that of Ashanti Gold SC. Now, here's some background. First off, Ashanti Gold 04 is not in any way related to Ashanti Gold SC. Now, Ashanti Gold SC, a team that has won 4 Ghana Premier League titles in the past, have been indefinitely suspended from any GFA-related activities. That was confirmed at a Congress at KNUST back in 2023 around July. Now, in 2024, around August, fans of Ashanti Gold SC actually came to Pram Pram before Congress has started to plead with the leadership of the club. I'm talking about Kweku Frimpong and also Emmanuel Frimpong, who are part of the leadership of Ashanti Gold SC. And so the GFA deemed it fit to actually suspend them automatically and for a very long period where they've not even decided if they are going to lift that suspension or not. And so as it stands, Ashanti Gold SC does not exist. Now, Essence Energy, which happens to be the owners of Bekwai Heroes, decided to rebrand from Bekwai Heroes back in middle 2025 to Ashanti Gold 04. And so that rebranding was done through the GFA. It was approved, and then that was done. And then for the 2025-26 season, Bekwai Heroes, now Ashanti Gold 04, managed to beat a lot of clubs to actually secure a place in the Ghana Premier League. But they still play at the Langley Sports Stadium, which was the home of Ashanti Gold SC. They've adopted the name, they've adopted a lot of the colors, which are very similar. And so people definitely will confuse the two. But Ashanti Gold 04 is a totally different club, a club that has not played in the Ghana Premier League before. And so we'll be seeing them in the Ghana Premier League for the first time next season alongside Port City and then one of DBB United and Tamale City in the Ghana Premier League for next season. So as it stands, there's Ashanti Gold 04, practically new, playing in the Ghana Premier League for the first time, and Ashanti Gold SC, the traditional club, have been indefinitely suspended, and as of now, they no longer exist. So that was an explainer on the difference between Ashanti Gold 04 and Ashanti Gold SC. Let's do some more. Former Al Ahly coach Picho Mosimane has opened up on how close he came to becoming head coach of Ghana's national team, clarifying that early contact never progressed into a formal proposal before the job was ultimately handed to another candidate. The experienced South African tactician, who recently parted ways with Iranian club Esteghlal FC, explained that discussions around the Ghana role were exploratory rather than decisive, with no binding steps taken by either side.
I guess there was a little bit a talk. When I asked the office said there's a talk. Yeah, but there was never, you know what is concrete, Rob? Concrete is when the letter came to say, would like to have you and can we have a conversation over this? A call from a Ghana official, for me, is not a really serious talk. And also the other thing is, do I really want to go for 2 months for one game, 3 games, 4 games? No, maybe I don't want 3 games, 4 games, right? Because for whatever reason. And yeah, maybe Carlos says, why not? Let me go have fun. Let me go to the World Cup again.
That was Picho Mosimane speaking then. Our former Black Stars player Albert Aduma has weighed in on the ongoing debates surrounding the inclusion of dual national players in the national team. Having represented Ghana at several major tournaments, he believes that any player who meets the required standards is committed to the team deserves an opportunity to play for the Black Stars.
I mean, for me, it's not difficult. If the player is available and he wants to come, it shouldn't be a problem. I understand maybe, yes, they haven't played qualifiers and they're coming straight to the World Cup, then that's a different topic. But if they're Ghanaian, you have to welcome them. you know, and that's how I see this topic, because you want your best players to be there, but I understand the frustration of people, especially when you're a player, and then someone just comes in and take your players, then you will be devastated. You know, I understand that from a player's point of view, but if the technical staff members think, look, these are the players that maybe might get us to the semi-finals or final, then they should be welcome. Every player that's Ghanaian, it doesn't matter if you play in Europe or wherever you play, if you're good enough and they think that you are the best player for that team, they should be called up on. Unless, obviously, like I said, they haven't been part of their qualifying, then that's a different subject. You know, so that's my take on it. Everyone should be welcome.
That was Albert Adoma speaking now. Let's do some more in athletics, where Kenya's Sebastian Saul has become the first person in history to run a marathon in less than 2 hours in race conditions. The runner crossed the line to win the London Marathon in 1 hour, 59 minutes and 30 seconds, beating the official world record by more than a minute. Here's the Kenyan speaking after the historic milestone.
I think it's something special to me right now. Feeling so excited, being among the top, at least, of the world. It's something not easy, but it's a great achievement to me.
A great achievement to Sebastian Saul. Let's head to Europe because the semi-finals of this season's Champions League will get underway today. The first class sees defending champions Paris Saint-Germain take on Bayern Munich at the Parc des Princes. Ahead of the game, former Bayern Munich defender and 2001 Champions League winner Samuel Osei-Kuffour believes this could be Bayern's year to lift their first title since 2020, although he acknowledges the significant threats posed by PSG.
I think this is our year. You see, Champions League has become so critical, so difficult, that when you get to the last four, everything is possible. And the game against Paris, I will not sit here that we're going to have it on a silver platter. No, they are a good side. They won it last season. We beat them this season. So these two games is going to define how strong Bayern Munich is, mentality. We did it against Real Madrid.
That was Samuel Osei-Kuffour speaking. In the Premier League, Manchester United moved within touching distance of qualifying for the Champions League as Casemiro and Benjamin Sesko stealed a 2-1 win against Brentford on Monday. Casemiro put United ahead in the early stages at Old Trafford, and Sesko doubled the lead before the interval. Matthias Jensen's late strike couldn't stop United from cementing their grip on third place on the table. They are 11 points clear of 6th place Brighton, with the top 5 guaranteed to reach the next season's Champions League. Michael Carrick's side need just 2 points from their last 4 matches to ensure their return to Europe's elite club competition for the first time since 2023-24.
It was quite an open game at times, actually, and I thought we started fantastically well, as good as we started for a good spell, 20-25 minutes, and should have been at least another goal up, maybe more, but credit to them. They're a good team. We knew they were a good team. They've got a really good mix of threats in different ways, and they came into the game a little bit, and we're in a good place at half time, but we just thought we were getting a little bit too open really at certain times, so we just tweaked things second half, and for the most part had a bit decent control at the second half, and then towards the end few opportunities and how to defend the box. But I thought the spirit, the effort and the togetherness of the players was fantastic. We could have scored more, but listen, it's the time of year, it's a results business, and we needed to take the points, and we've had a fantastic 2 games on the back of the Leeds defeat.
That was Michael Carrick speaking. Still on the Premier League, Coventry City manager Frank Lampard has highlighted the significance of the club's return to the top flight after more than 2 decades away. Speaking to Sky Sports following their promotion, the former Chelsea FC boss said his side is excited about the challenge ahead and determined to make a strong impression.
25 years out of the Premier League or the top tier. It's a club that deserves to be there because of the size of it, the fan base of it, the history of it. And these boys this season, they've gone and played in this league, which I think is the most challenging league to get out of. Everybody says that. And they perform with such consistency and such a quality. And we saw glimpses of it today. That wasn't us at our absolute best. But it was a really deserving and good way to finish it off. And I'm just delighted for what it means to so many people.
That was Frank Lampard speaking. Now to our final story, the ATP Masters 1000 Madrid round of 16 is set to take place this morning. The last 16 features a mix of dominant favourites and potential value spots. Now Thomas Martin could keep things competitive against an informed but possibly fatigued Atafils, while Yannick Sinner's incredible winning streak makes him a strong favourite against Cameron Norrie. Meanwhile, Lorenzo Mussetti's clear-cut quality gives him the edge in a balanced clash against Jiri Leheska, while Alexander Zverev will battle it out against Jakub Mensik. That brings an end to sports here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7. My name is Bill Ishen. We'll see you same time tomorrow with more updates from the Champions League. But until then, have a great morning.
Social Security and National Insurance Trust, SNIT, wishes to inform and remind all SNIT pensioners that they are to undergo an annual pensioner certification in their birth of month, effective April 2026. That's this month. Pensioners who were born in the months of January, February, and March but have not renewed their pensioner certificate will be taken off the payroll. Simply put, SNIT will suspend their monthly pension receivables until they have renewed their pensioners certificate. All affected pensioners who have not renewed their pensioner certificate are encouraged to do so before the next pension pay date. To make the renewal process simple and convenient, SNIT has put in place some interventions for you, just for you. And one of those is for you to have the SNIT mobile app on your phone. Whether you go to the Google Play Store, Apple App Store, you're able to download that app, and it gives you the opportunity to verify your identity by facial verification. Also, SNIT branches are available and are open throughout the week during working hours for you to have your biometric verification done. There's also the SNIT co-location bank, where banks collaborating with the SNIT organization are available to help you. If you're a pensioner with mobility challenges, or you know a pensioner with mobility challenges, they can receive assistance through home visit, or they may call 0302 611 622. That's 0302 611 622 for further inquiries. Pensioners may also call the SNIT contact center on 0302 611 622 or visit any branch or use the mobile app. That's the SNIT mobile app, downloadable from the Google Play Store or the Apple App Store, and you are good to go. You are in business. And I don't want you to have that Aze moment. That's why I want to tell you, if you're coming to Pram Pram from anywhere in the world, particularly in Ghana, you belong to the First HR Hotel. They focus on three things: peace, people, and quality. It is a serene escape with legendary service and world-class comfort. And not just a hotel, they are your home for tranquility. Please call 050-335-9598. That's 050-335-9598 or 0303-989737. That's 0303-989737. You can also book the First HR Heights, because they don't just provide a room. They provide a reset for the guests. And all the guests who have come to experience it say they feel an immediate sense of peace the moment they walk in. That's a rare kind of assurance that lets their tensions just melt away, and they get revived energy to do plenty things. Now, if you are looking for a sanctuary where the staff genuinely respects your peace and treats you like family, they are the only first and only choice. And they are also located in town, just about 25 minutes drive to Accra Business Center. That's why you should choose the First HR Hotel and First HR Heights. Now, 025 60 60 665 is the number to call. 025 60 60 665 or 025 60 70 666. That's 025 60 70 666, and you will be sorted out nicely. Last year, now what the move, and when you be there, and the massa mammy goes. If you're already a customer of Electroland Ghana Limited and you patronize their stuff, this is for you. If you are new and you want to also join the train of winners, here you go. As the Electroland Ghana Limited at Chedie Kese, it's a customer loyalty reward and awards for you. And Electroland Ghana Limited is giving you weekly and monthly big rewards when you buy Samsung, TCL, Media, and NASCO electronics anywhere in Ghana and from any authorized dealer or reseller. Just buy your LED, smart TV, split ACs, double door fridges, auto grill gas cookers, washing machines, sound towers, microwave ovens, blenders, mobile phones, and more. Once you buy these items, whether Samsung, TCL, Media, or NASCO brand, you can then go ahead to dial star 928 star 8888 hash. That's star 928 star 8888 *888 hash, *928 star 8888 hash, or go to Electroland, register electrolandraffles.com, register.electrolandraffles.com, register.electrolandraffles.com to enter a weekly and monthly draws approved by the NLA Caritas platform. So it's crudging, it's genuine, and Electroland Ghana Limited is rewarding your patronage in a big way. That's why you need to go out there, buy NASCO, Samsung, TCL, or Media, electronics, buy anything at all that you want. That microwave oven has been there for 12 years. Time to change it. You have used that fridge, and now the fridge has been talking to you. You switch the fridge on, and then the motor starts. You have to change it. NASCO, Samsung, TCL, Media, they have it covered for you. Change. Change is the only constant in life. Change. I will get into the big conversation in a bit, because we will be going around the country to interact with our correspondents who have been on the ground, who understand the situation, who have been listening to the concerns of citizens across the country, and they will be sharing with us at first hand what exactly is happening across the country. Is Dumso back? Is Dumso not back? The minority in parliament has been demanding for a timetable. I remember the last time that we asked for a timetable, we were told to go and bring our own timetable. The same set of people now are asking for a timetable. Times have changed. Or is it fair? Or is it not fair? I don't know what you think, but you can always share your thoughts and comments with me and on this matter while we travel around the country to interact with our correspondents to find out the depth of what's happening. Listen.
3 days that I spent there, the lights were off. I'm not sure that can be attributed to that of the Akosombo Dam. Of course, what has happened in Akosombo is very, very unfortunate. I'm not too sure if anybody anticipated that we are going to have this fire. That will also mean that government must come clean and accept that there are challenges and get us a timetable so everybody's comfortable. I remember when Dr. Matthew Poko Pepe said, "Oh, you do CC," and that some of the transformers, some of the wires had to be changed. He did not take it lightly. He did not understand why that should lead to some power outages. Mr. Sidin Ketia, the national chairman of the party, said, if you are repairing a transformer on the right, why should left go off? That's how low they trivialize the situation. Today, here we are. There are genuine reasons, genuine concerns, but people are finding it very difficult to accept. When the chairman of the NDs in the Ashanti region, just 2 weeks ago, gave an instructions to the Minister of Energy to reshuffle the managers in ECG in Kumasi with the intention that, with the notion that he feels that they are sabotaging the system. That is where I have a challenge. If we politicize the issue, then it becomes a challenge. If it's a on pure technical grounds, I don't think anybody will have an issue with it. But it's not out of the norm to have a CEO step aside for an investigation to be carried out in order not for the person to interfere in the whole process. What is out of the norm is the rhetoric from other government communicators that he was appointed during the SWAL government, so he's a saboteur and that is sabotaging the system.
This you use
whether doom CSCA let's be honest. Look, whether doom CSCA, doom or doom cry or doom so, the first thing is, let's be honest. Look, once in a while we can have challenges like we are just witnessing. Unpredictable, nobody foresaw it, nobody could tell the magnitude of it. And when you have such a situation, don't try to play tricks with the people. We have a deficit. And we've admitted that because of the fire incident, we have a deficit. I've directed ECG provide periodic updates on regional basis, areas that will be affected every 12 hours, because it's a very short duration. Like I said, we are looking at this week. So you can't do a weekly schedule. And even what you provide a day, it keeps changing, because just this afternoon, we had another plant come on. We are looking at another unit coming on. So we provide that periodic update. People are not happy. That's a fact. But I know that people are discerning. People are very discerning. Ghanaians have the wisdom and they know that we have a legitimate, genuine challenge that is not of our making. And they know that we are putting efforts to address that. That is a better approach than telling the people that you are engaging in doomsday.
And that's the Minister for Energy and Green Transitions, Dr. John Jinapor, yesterday in an address to the nation explaining what the situation is. Prior to that, you heard the ranking member on the Committee of Mines and Energy in Parliament. Now, listen to a throwback video. Listen.
Energy sector, the current power cuts. Some people are saying that you made mention of this. You use this as a campaign against John Mahama, and now we are experiencing a worse situation under President Akufo-Addo. Would it reflect in the 2024 election? Would it be something that people will stand on to vote?
If you are comparing 4 years, MP administration, energy sector is 300 times better than John Mahama.
But we are still experiencing doom. So
nobody has said we haven't. I'm just saying it's far much better than John Mahama ever did.
You do admit that there's doom. So
that is the word you used. I have never used that word. I've promised you that we are going to work on it, and it's not a work that is a single event. It's a process, and we'll continue to work on it for the energy sector to become better.
Have you heard of calls for a timetable?
Ask those who want it to bring it.
They should bring the timetable.
If there is, I haven't seen any timetable. So when
people are calling for it,
say bring a timetable, what do you mean? The ECG says that there's no timetable coming. Why do you want to bring a timetable? What purpose? Why would somebody get up and wish evil or bad for the country? When it is not planned, you can't tell the person. Were you in Ghana under John Mahama? Did you live in this country under John Mahama? Did you live in this country under John Mahama? Did you? I'm asking you a question. Did you live?
It was equally worse.
It cannot be equally worse.
But look, MPP use it as a tool against them.
And I'm saying that even if you are talking about that, it was worse under John Mahama than ever now.
The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise.
It's 25 minutes after 8 on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7. My name is Johnnie Hughes. Let's now take a trip around the country. We begin from the Ashanti region, where my colleague Ibrahim Abubakar is standing by to give us full detail of what the situation is per power outages and power supply in the Ashanti region. Ibrahim, assalamu alaikum.
Wa alaikum salam, Johnny.
What's happening in the Ashanti region? Are you experiencing power cuts as well? Are the people complaining? Are they happy? What do we know?
Well, Johnny, I can tell you that the power situation in part of Kumasi is moving from bad to worse. Residents are increasingly expressing frustration over these persistent power outages, and that have affected home businesses and essential services across the region in the past week. We do know that the ECP has said the interruption are not due to load shedding, but rather a combination of technical fault and plant maintenance, and the pressure is growing. But for residents, they are just expecting one thing, that's timetable, because as we speak, people are unable to properly plan their lives or daily activities because of the absence of timetable. You leave home, you have light, you go back, you don't have it. Sometimes you are achieving your workplace, the power keeps going on and off. So for those who rely solely on electricity for their businesses, they are indeed bearing the brunt. Talk about cold store operators, barbers, salon operators, hairdressers, tailors, and so on and so forth. They are complaining massively because there are others who will leave home to their workplaces, and the entire day they will just waste their time unable to do any production when they get to work. So those are the concerns. I can tell you that the sale of generator is also gradually shooting, so they are cashing out because people are buying it just so they will be able to do their businesses uninterrupted, which means that cost of production will also go up because people will now rely on fuel to power their generator. So people are worried, people are concerned. Others are saying, fine, they do not have issue with the doomsday per se. They know that faults can happen anytime, but then they are expecting authorities, like I said, to give them the timetable so they can plan well for their daily activities. So that is the situation in Kumasi. It's affecting health facilities for those who have generators, like the big ones like Omfanoche. Management will also tell you that cost of operation is also going up, like I said, because they will have to buy or rely on fuel. Those who do not have will also have to find.
I'm curious, Ibrahim. This situation started sometime last week, and already you say generator sales have gone up. Could it be that the problem is much more weightier than we see in other regions?
Well, for now, when the minister spoke yesterday, at least people are beginning to understand the issue. But last 2 weeks, people were not getting clear communication on what exactly was happening. Even though people heard that Akosombo had suffered some fire outbreak, but it was 2 days ago and yesterday that people clearly understood that out of the even about 4,400 megawatts the country is using at the peak hours, we've lost about 1,000, which is around 25%. And clearly it will tell you that power cannot be given to everybody at the same time. So now people are beginning to understand how the situation is like. Because last 2 weeks, we've seen even ECG trying to change some transformer just so they'll be able to stabilize power. It didn't start just last week. It started way back, just that it wasn't as widespread as we started seeing from last week. But there are some areas which started complaining about power issues a month or even before. And they were not seeing any improvement in that area. But from last 2 weeks, that's when we began to see widespread of power issues within Kumasi, or I would say Greater Kumasi. Like I said, people are buying the generator because for others, without electricity, they cannot do anything to survive their business. So they have to go in. But it's not as if people are going to buy it more. But we have, for those who are selling it, they can tell you that beginning last week to this week, they've been able to make some sales. So that is the situation here. Yesterday, people were expecting the minister to, after the press conference, tell them that there will be a timetable so that they will be able to plan life. So you see, there was this release that came out from ECG for the areas who will be affected. But then the issue is that there are some vicinities or some communities, they will look at that paper, they will not find their community there. But then they will get home and they will not be seeing light in their area. So that's where the issue is coming from, and that's why people are calling for timetable so that they will be able to plan their lives.
Ibra, before I let you go, there have been calls for a reshuffle in the leadership of ECG in the region. Do you have any news of forthcoming reshuffle, if you will?
Well, from yesterday, we've tried to speak to and also do our independent checks at the regional ECG offices. Almost all the people we spoke to have told us they've not received any letter of being transferred to one place or the other, even though that announcement came with mixed feeling in the region. There were others who were saying no, authorities should rather look at fixing the problem instead of reshuffling or transferring others. Others are also saying, since they are the helm of affairs and they believe that these strategies will be able to stabilize our power, they should go ahead and do it. But as we speak, we've not been able to get information to who is going where, who is being sent anywhere, because everyone keeps saying that they've not gotten any letter to that effect. So that is it. But we are still doing our independent checks to see whether we'll be able to get something.
The politics of Dumso or power outages, how is it playing out in the Ashanti region?
Well, it is, like I said, you speak to people, mixed reaction. Others are saying, others still believe that this could be a sabotage. That's why they side with the minister's decision to shake up the top of ECG in the region, because they do not see why these things will be happening. So they see the sabotage. For others too, they are saying that the NDC played the same political card during the MPP's era, and for that matter, they need to fix it or have to understand that's how it works. So the politics is playing up here. Of course, we know that this is a stronghold of the opposition New Patriotic Party, so it is obvious. And then there are others who also believe that, well, this is a technical fault. This is not something that has been on for a long time, and they have seen that there are even attempts to stabilize power with the addition of about 160 megawatts at Anwoma, so and also change of transformers only for Akosombo to suffer these power outages. So they understand the situation. But in all, they believe that if, like I said, what everybody is saying, the timetable comes up, then they will be able to plan their lives well and be able to go ahead with their daily activities uninterrupted.
Thank you, Ibrahim Abubakar. That's a man in the Ashanti region. We're grateful for your time, Ibra. You're still on 3FM 92.7. That's the Sunrise Morning Show. We're live also in Tamale, Kesmi 107.1 FM and beyond.
The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise.
From Ashanti region, let's head straight to the northern region where Christopher Mwaku, a man, is standing by. Christopher, Dasaba.
Nah, Tumabiwula.
Alafime. Katumabiwula.
Alafime.
Fantastic. Now, let's begin. What can you tell us about the power situation in the northern region?
Yes, so Johnny, here in the northern region, there are some districts which are really suffering the brunt of the power outages. Now, if you look at the Eastern Corridor area, the Dumso or power outages have been persistent over the past year, starting from 2022. And the reason is that if you look at the entirety of the northern region, most of the districts from the region falls around the Eastern Corridor enclave. And there are other communities within the Savannah region which also are linked to the Eastern Corridor enclave. And so these areas over the years have suffered the issues of Dumso. Now, the challenge has to do with if you look at that area, you talk about starting from Bushegu, Karaga, Saboba, Cherponi, Dabzigo, Tatali, Tankuli, then you move to Yendi, Bimbila, Pandai, Buleti, Salaga, then you move towards the OTV, Kitekache, and other places. These areas are actually been suffering the brunt of the power outages. Now, apart from Yendi and Bimbila, which have power stations or substations, all the other areas do not have substations. And so once there is a fault or a problem along the Tamale Yendi enclave, it means that once there is no power in Yendi, all the other communities of the district will not have power. Now, likewise, if there is a problem around Bimbila, it means that those from Yendi, Zamdigo, Tatale, Bushegu, Karaga, and other areas, they will have power because Yendi will supply them. And so that has been the situation. But those around the other end, Salaga, Pandai, and others will not have electricity because Bimbila has a problem. And so, still coming into office, the energy minister, having visited the area, has indicated that they will need to establish 2 other substations, one in Pandai, the other one in Salaga, so that it can boost the electricity supply around this area. Aside that, Johnny, what we are experiencing in these areas is that in a day, they can be from 15 to 20 times.
Right.
And sometimes they don't even get power, they sleep in darkness. And even when the lights are on, what we experience is that the voltage is very low. And so people are unable to do the things that they would have done with electricity. So it is crippling businesses. When it comes to the health impact, it is very dire because at a point, 2 months ago, someone lost his life at the Salaga government hospital because when they got to the hospital, the oxygen concentrators that were supposed to be used on the man, they needed power. And as at that time, there was no light, and the hospital hadn't on its generator, and so the person passed. So these are some of the challenges that the people face around this area. Now, if you move to the Savannah area as well, you talk about the Solasina-Kalma area, which is the western part of the Savannah region. The power fluctuation is also very dire, and the current is also very low.
Let's talk about the economic burden that this situation places on the good people of Tamale and businesses therein. What can you share?
Yes, so Tamale in itself is not really experiencing the tumor as we say like that, because before an area will go off, the VRA people will announce, provide information that on this day we want to do maintenance, we want to do this, so your lights will go off. Unless, of course, it's a general lifestyle. In the Tamale community, it's not usual to see the power outages like that. But one thing is the low voltage. That one we see it. Now, for businesses, what we know is that in these areas that I mentioned, the 18 corridor, it is really, really affecting their businesses because people who deal in cold stores complain, those who deal in grinding mills, they complain, fabricators complain, and a lot more people, even when it comes to domestic food, people complain because they are unable to get the required voltage to be able to do their businesses, and even more times, they don't even get the power to be able to do their businesses. So it's affecting them.
Are you aware of any transformer change in the Tamale metropolis and beyond?
Okay, so the transformers are in. When the president came, he actually visited the VRA head office and actually inspected these transformers. And they have begun moving them to the areas that they want to install them. Yes, it's true, but the work is yet to be done, and so until the work is done, people will still have to bear the brunt. But residents are hopeful that once this is done, it is going to, in a way, curb the rampant or incessant power outages that they experience within their localities. Now, let me also add that VRN Network has also added another 2 substations, one at Adofili on the Tamale Kumasi Road, that was in 2025, then the other one as well, to boost the power supply to these areas. That explains why the Tamale community itself is not affected with this social situation that we're talking about.
Now, in the Ashanti region, we are told that the generator business is booming or is beginning to look up. Is that the same situation in Tamale as well?
Yes, Johnny, in Tamale community, I would say no. But in the Eastern Corridor area, I would say yes. Because most of the people, even now, they are even thinking about switching to solar, which had it not been for the cost component of it, a lot more people, but those who are well to do and can afford, are actually doing so.
Now, Chris, I'll leave it here. But just before you go, I know that people love their eateries as well in Tamale. Tell me how this is affecting the eateries, because I know the people of Tamale like to eat their traditional food, the local dishes.
Yes. Johnny, let me say that it's a situation that everybody is not happy about. But like I said, life must continue. People are finding all other means to be able to survive in this situation. But the impact, like I keep emphasizing, it's not much felt in the greater Tamale community as well as the Sanargu community because of the some of the interventions in 2025 that the Energy Ministry brought into the Greater Tamale Enclave by establishing 2 substations to boost the power supply within the Tamale area. But let me also say that the 2 power stations, they have also extended its catchment area to some parts of the East Gonja and the Northeast Gonja areas. And so very soon, according to the DRA network people, these areas will also not face some of the challenges that we're talking about.
Christopher Makwa, thank you very much indeed for your time. We're grateful. Let's go now to the Upper East region. Castro Senyala is standing by. Castro, good morning and thank you for your time.
Good morning, Johnny.
And how is the Upper East this morning?
The Upper East is fine, except for the skirmishes in the Boko general area and by extension the Binduri general area.
I miss my Sandema and my Pualugu and all the places in between. Now, first of all, give me an update of what we know about the assailants that were picked up by the military, those who were dead, etc., following that unprovoked attack by a lone shooter of a civilian vehicle being escorted by a military vehicle. Tell me more.
Right, Johnny, there haven't been fresh details, but like you said, yes, there was an attack yesterday targeting civilian buses, 2 of them, of course, who were under the escort of armed military men. From what we gather from our military sources, there was a lone shooter who opened fire right after the Bazwa township. We understand that he was in the midst of local residents who went about their duties when he suddenly opened fire just right after the Bazwa township. The military would usually operate in a different way, Johnny. First, they will attend to those who have been injured, and secondly, once they are sure those who have been injured are in a comfortable position or in a safe place, then they strike. So what they did was that they quickly took the injured to the hospital, and then they took those who were safe into the Bazwa camp, which is not very far from where the attack happened, and then they returned to carry out a cordon and search operation, which means that they blocked all entry and exit points within the Binduri and Boku general area, and then they moved to specific locations and hunted down whoever they believed may have knowledge about the attack. In all, they arrested 51 suspects who are currently being screened at the Upper East Regional Police quarters. We have not had any fresh details, but we understand that the military says it's not happy about it. They are mandated by law to provide escorts for unarmed civilians between Boku and Bolgatanga, and it is the president who has given that directive as far as last year that the military should continue to provide escorts for civilians no matter where you come from. Once you are moving from the Boku area to Borga, you have to be escorted by the military. And John, let me paint this very clear picture. Boko has been sharply divided because of this conflict, which has been with us for over 40 years,
right.
And which has been at its most deadliest peak in recent times. And so because of that, there are some people within Boko who aren't able to sail through or to move through Boko itself safely. It's a very, interesting development. If you don't understand Boko well, you wouldn't understand what I'm saying. There are some people in Boko itself who can pass through certain areas. And so these are the people that the president mandated, the Ghana Armed Forces, and by extension, the Joint Task Force, which is responsible to keeping Boko safe, to always escort these set of people out of Boko to Borga and from Borga back into that portion of where they stay in Boko. And so it was during one of those escorts that the attack happened yesterday. And let me add that the military over for the past 2-3 years has been engaged in these escorts. From what I know, sometimes they can do escorts about 3 times in a week, sometimes 2 in a week, other times they do once in a week. All of this depending on the security situation. But whatsoever it is, the military is always able to come through. So, Johnny, from what I've gathered yesterday, yes, there have been attacks in the past against military escort convoys, but this one was least expected because, according to military sources, the convoy had left all, in quotes, danger zones. And so they didn't even expect that right after Bazwa, which is another brisk town, growing town in the Binduri area. In fact, most people usually even mistaking Bazwa as being Binduri, though it is part of Binduri. It's a town in Binduri. It was when they now passed that town where the military had said they had almost succeeded in escorting. That was when they were met with a surprise where the lone gunman laid ambush and opened fire. But they were able to apprehend, some suspects. They gunned down, some other suspects too. And on the other side of the civilian bus to understand that all three who were injured, unfortunately, also gave up the ghost.
Let's talk about the energy situation in the Upper East region. What do we know? I stayed in the Upper East region over the weekend, saw a few, but relatively much better than what I experienced in Tamale and even in Accra. But what can you share this morning?
Johnny, let me state that as we speak now, I don't have power in my office. My house, before I left my house too, the power was taken. Just this morning. Before I left my house, power was taken. I'm in my office, power is taken. I'm forced to depend on solar. Fortunately, I have solar in my office and I have a standby generator. So that is what I'm using. Apart from that, or if those, in the absence of those, facilities or amenities, I would have been stuck. The power situation here is not so bad, but it is. You can't describe it as better too, because usually it hits you in the night when there is excessive heat and people want to rest. They've gone to work hard, they are tired, and you know how the sun is here, very hot, and so the heat is usually culminated and released in the evenings when people come to rest, and it is usually during those times that the power is taken away from them, and the lamentations are usually heard everywhere, especially on social media, and even people who pass by within the town are usually talking about it. So the power situation here is not as terrible as it is in some places, but we can't say that it is better, because businesses, for instance, today that the power has been taken off, that would mean grinding mills would not operate. Of course, people can use generators to operate grinding mills. That would be, extra cost to their operations and production, and so it is not so perfect, but we are making do with it.
Now, you speak of solar in your office. Is it widespread? Because, as you rightly stated, the sun is hot in the Upper East region. Are people bowing towards or tilting towards solar power generation?
Yes, Hughes. People are beginning to look in the direction of solar production as a supplement power supply. Before even delving deeper into it, let me state that Navrongo has a solar farm which is expected to produce some amount of voltage support the national grid. But because we are not technical people, we don't really get that understanding of how much of power it is contributing to the national grid. But that's the understanding we get. We felt that the solar would have been able to entirely power at least, if not Navrongo, at least a cross section of the region, by extension Boga and Sandman, the rest, Paga and all of that. But we understand that it's just supporting the national grid and supplying power to us. It's located in Pungu. And then back to what you've asked, people are beginning to tell, people like us are beginning to look the way of solar as an alternative source, not entirely dependent on it, but when times get tough, like we are experiencing now this morning, we rely on solar to help ourselves. Unfortunately, the sun is, like you stated, is very much high here. As early this morning, it's not even up to 10, but the sun is already up high, and you can feel the heat of it. And so the best way we can also enjoy, apart from feeling the heat of it, is to also find ways through which you can generate power from it to help our daily lives, domestic or economic lives, and all of those things. And so, yes, people are beginning to look at it. But the only issue is that it is expensive. And so a lot more people aren't really able to do that. If they had the means, they would have gone solely, dependent solely on solar energy, because that is something, it's a natural resource here. But then the element of the economic, the cost of it is what is making a lot more people not go into it. But if you take percentage-wise, I would say that about 40% of people in the Upper East region, especially in Avrongo, have had no option than to begin to look towards, getting solar power factored into their buildings in terms of office space or accommodation, or even their farms where they can use to go about their activities without any problem.
Confirm for me, Castro, if you have seen the new transformers and whether they are being fixed as we speak.
I can confirm. I have information that new transformers are supposed to arrive in the Upper East region, but I'm yet to set my eye on one. I have also been on standby. The only thing we see are transformers being carried through our routes to Nebun, Burkina Faso, which appears to be doing a lot more construction work as far as our building works, as far as stabilizing their energy sector is concerned. But a shipment of transformers to our region and being put somewhere is something I've not seen. Even though I can report that the VRA and NETCO periodically issue statements of how they want to cut power to certain portions of the region to enable them to carry out maintenance work. In places where there have been reports of frequent power outages and disturbances or discomfort to residents. I am yet to see any transformer being brought to the region. But then I'll continue to look out to see if I would find any, because people are really looking forward to having these transformers here to weed out the crop of old ones, because a lot more of them are old. And so because of that, and Hughes, population is growing. First, maybe if a transformer could take care of 100 houses, we've had issues, or we have areas where the houses are like 250, which would have been the best would have been to replace these transformers, which had the capacity to serve just 100. And so people are looking forward to having these transformers in the region to replace the old and overaged ones, which can no longer bear the burden of consumption in the communities.
Castro Senyola, thank you very much indeed for your time. That's our Upper East regional correspondent there with some more detail here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7.
The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise.
5 minutes to the top of the hour, 9 on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7. My name is Johnnie Hughes. We're also live on Kesme 107.1 in Tamale. Yvonne Ikwe joins me from the Eastern region. That's a woman, the eyes and ears on the ground. Yvonne, good morning. Thank you very much for your time.
Good morning, Johnny. Thank you, sir.
Now, let's begin the conversation by asking you how hard this power outage is cutting out in the Eastern region. What can you share?
Well, Johnny, how hard? I would say that for the past 2 weeks is being a very frustrating issue, especially with the consistency in which the light goes off. And so probably in a day you could have like 3 or 4 times the light goes off, and then you might probably not have it again. This week we're seeing a bit of stabilization. Perhaps it may go off at dawn and come in the morning, or it may go off in the afternoon and come back in the evening. And so that's what we're experiencing in the region. The difficulty is that people in the region don't have real-time information as to when they would have electricity or not. Yesterday, the ECG did put out some sort of information. We may call it a timetable or scheduling for some areas. We may go off with the claims that it was part of the issue of the Akosombo substation going off. Unfortunately, some areas that were not on that particular schedule have gone off. I'm speaking to you from the Tafo area, mid-Tafo. They were not on the schedule, but they've gone off. And so residents, officers, entrepreneurs, in these particular area are dumbfounded as to why they were not on that schedule, but they've gone off. And so this is particularly the situation in the Eastern region. Of course, like I said early on, there's a bit of stability after the intermittent power outage. But then again, areas are still experiencing power outage. 2 weeks ago, the ECG had interaction with us as media personnel. We did ask them questions. They did say that then there was actually an issue of grid core not having enough to supply. They said technically they have something they call frequency decay. It means that in a day, they are supposed to manage how many times power goes off and on. And if it's not able to do so, then it means that they have to shut off some phases to be able to contain exactly what they are supplying. And so this has been the explanation until we have the Akosombo situation also happening in. As I speak to you, we do not have clarity as to which particular areas would be affected by these Akosombo situation in the Eastern region. Now, the Eastern region is made up of several divisions. We have 18 districts, political districts, which are part of the Eastern region ECG zone. The areas of Somanya, Asasawa, and Ko are part of the ECG Tema region. And so those is how we are managing the situation. But as a clarity on the data, which particular areas will be shut down, that's still a thing between VRA, GridCo, and ECG. They should be informing people so that people come into terms with exactly what they're dealing with.
Now, Yvonne, you share with me also how the politics of this power outage is playing out in the Eastern region. I know that there's equalization, explanations, and blame games and finger pointing here and there. But what's the real situation on the ground?
The real situation on the ground is that people are still having challenges with access to electricity because you wake up in the morning, get to the office to work, and then there's no power. You're asking yourself exactly what is the situation. I'm currently at a welding station. You know, those who put part of metals together.
That's right.
And then mold it into some kind of container for people to use. They don't have light, as I speak to you. And so the manager, his assistants, and everybody is just waiting when the light will come. I spoke to one of the gentlemen. He said that he used to deal in Okada business, but he had to shut that down to come and learn and then be able to get something from me. But today the lights are off. If he knew that this situation would have panned out, he would have just gone to do something else and then get quite breakfast or lunch from that particular activity before coming back to learn this skill and get something from it. But the lights are off. He's just sitting here with his boss, hoping that maybe somehow by midday or afternoon the lights will still come in. So it's basically an issue of information flow, exactly what we are dealing with. What is the challenge of GridCo? Why are they not communicating? If they don't communicate to ECG, it means that ECG may give us areas, but when the time comes, some areas that are not even on the scheduling may go off. And so this is what we're dealing with. For Koforidua, yesterday to this morning, it's been a bit stable. Just part of the areas went off at dawn, but this morning they do have light. And so this is the situation we're dealing with in the ET region. Phases off, some phases on. Probably you would have to pray that you would have mercy, that when they switch it on, your phase may come on. Otherwise, you would have to deal with this kind of frustration.
Explain that a bit to me. So, for example, you could have an area on, and then within that same catchment area, you would have some portions off. Is that what you're saying?
Absolutely. So let's talk about this particular constituent. This is the Achimobakwa North constituency. We're talking about Tafo, Mid-Tafo, Kukwentumi, and the rest. As I speak to you, when I moved from Tafo in the central business district, they did have light. I moved further to Mid-Tafo. Mid-Tafo is between Achem, Tafo, Kukwentumi, and Ko. That particular section does not have light, but they were not on the schedule. All of the areas were not on the schedule, so the light is off. So that is the kind of gap in the information flow they're talking about, that, well, they were not on the schedule. They're hoping that they get to work this morning and they're able to have their businesses or transactions, but they do not have light. It means that they would have to wait. The question is, wait until when? Because you don't have information on that you are going to receive light at 6 a.m. or 12 a.m. If people place demands on you to have something done for them and you have to resort to electricity and you don't have, it means that you cannot meet the demands. If you don't meet the demands, it means that you would have a shortfall in terms of revenue or income. And so for these past days, people, especially in businesses, would have to face this crisis. For those who are in homes, it is just that you may not have your fans or probably your air conditioning on to enjoy the sleep in your home. And then it would get worse if you would have food stuff you're storing in your fridge, because perhaps the fridge may not be able to stay on for a very long time for you to say that you are conserving your food stuff or any other critical items you have stored in there. And so we're just hoping that these particular issues will be addressed sooner or later. Of course, the energy minister did speak yesterday, like I said, for those people across communities, whether it is grid coal or ECD, somebody should be telling them the truth.
Yvonne, that's the minister's pledge to say by close of the week we should be seeing brighter lights mean anything to the people of the Eastern region?
Well, for some people, until the lights come on, they might not be able to understand or take that promise at heart, because, like I did say, they are not part of scheduling, but they have gone off. There's no explanation. Yet there have been promises that when in the next few days, the light will be stable. And so until the light comes in, they are not sure exactly if they would have to take that promise at heart and then be confident about it that indeed the light will come. Until then, their concerns are still really valid.
Yvonne Nikwe, I thank you very much indeed for your time. That's our woman on the block, Yvonne Nikwe, right there in the Eastern region.
The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise.
It's 4 minutes after 9 on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7. And we're taking a cursory look around the country to find out what the real situation is relative to power supply. We've been to the Ashanti region, we've been to the Eastern region, to the Northeast region, to the Upper East region, and also to the Northern region. Now, let's settle in the Volta region. Faisal Abdul Idrisil is joining us on the phone line. Yeah, bro, Indy.
Yeah, bro, now you can't imagine how excited I am this morning making a date with you again. It's such a long time.
It's a long time, my brother. F1,
good morning.
Yes, good morning, good morning. Now tell me, what's happening in the Volta region relative to power supply? Is it any different from the narratives we're hearing from other parts of the country?
Not too different, but relatively better. Because in the last few days and weeks, what we have experienced is low current, and so oftentimes your lights are on, and the next minute it goes dim and comes back. Then for the light out, particularly in the regional capital where I mostly spend the evenings, you realize that the light goes off for a few minutes, it returns. Except that other communities, particularly those that are not bigger towns, tell you that their lights go off for several hours. There was a time I was in the catching off district, and for close to 12 hours there was no light. That was even before the announcement regarding the fixing of new transformers came. Then last week the incident happened at Akosobo substation.
Now, Faisal, again, the conversation is that this is a stronghold of the government in power, and so they may not necessarily complain bitterly as much as they should, based on what is happening to us. Is there any truism to that?
I don't think that's the case. That's why I said earlier that our situation is relatively better, because even though the smaller communities tell you they go off for hours, when you go to the bigger towns like Ho, Pando, Fokwe, among others, the light goes off for a few minutes and comes back. Last night in Ho, it went out somewhere around 7:13. Just around 7:30, lights came back again. So that has been the situation. But it is becoming a daily issue now because I was, throughout the weekend, people started talking about the fact that the light goes off almost every day. And sometimes in a day, it goes off like 2-3 times, but just for a few minutes. So that's the situation in the Volta region. I think that was Thursday or Wednesday last week when the issue happened at the Akosobo Dam substation. For that day, almost everywhere in the region and across the OT region were off for several hours until later around 9 p.m. that the lights came back. So, yes, the situation across the country is the same thing we are feeling, except that ours is relatively better because there's no single day that you say that for a whole day you've not had light or the entire night you've not had light.
I know that there are a lot of businesses, particularly the smaller ones, small and medium enterprises in the Volta region who depend on electricity. How is this hitting them?
So bad because yesterday I interacted with some dressmakers and I mean those who do hair, I mean the salons, and they mentioned yesterday that sometimes they come to the shops. We have clients waiting, and then the next minute the light goes off. Client comes and have to wait for some 30 minutes before the light comes back. Then it prolongs their stay, and so if they have to deal with 4 or 5 people in a day, then the number is reduced because of the intermittent power outages, and that is really affecting their business. This morning, I am going back to the streets to gauge exactly how the general public is feeling because you have the sense, the feeling that, yes, even though ours may be better, it still has gone a large extent affecting businesses. And so that is exactly what the sentiment is across the region. And it extends all the way to OT. Now, I tell you this, today, just yesterday, Gridco issued a statement indicating that some areas across the region we're not going to have light between 6 p.m. to 12 a.m. And I understand that some communities went through that yesterday. Now today, across Volta and OT, there are other areas that are going to be affected.
Hello?
So to tell you it is because of the embedded in Kosovo is the reason why they killing the supply of power and they have selected places.
Great. Faisal, I thank you very much indeed for your time. And that's Faisal Abdulaziz joining us, Abdul Idris, I beg your pardon, joining us from the Volta region here. We're going to Zoom now, speak with Engineer Justice Ohinia Koto, Executive Director, Africa Sustainable Energy Center, ASEC. Doc, Engineer, thank you very much for your time. Good morning.
Yes, hello. Good morning, my brother. Good morning to your cherished listeners as well.
Now, are you confident that the minister's word can be taken for what it is to fix what the country is presently experiencing? Do you get that confidence?
Okay, let me take it in 2 parts. So yesterday we heard what the minister said in terms of accountability, honesty, and transparency. That was out. The African Sustainable Energy Center had been calling for him to come out to tell us exactly what is happening, and he hammered on the Akosombo fire issue that we've all seen, and also on the upgrade by ECG. So I think in terms of putting information there, we acknowledge it, and then it was good, even though it was long overdue, but then we commend him for that. Now, regarding coming to resolving the issues itself, so the issues are 2. One has to do with the fire outbreak, and I always say, the Akosombo took about 1,000 megawatts from the line. In Ghana, our peak load is around 4,300 megawatts. we have an installed capacity of about 5,700 megawatts. So even if you take that 1,000 from it, you are going to get about 4,700, which can still fit the peak load. Usually we want to have a spinning reserve. If we decide to even have a spinning reserve of 10%, we should still be able to have the capacity to feed, to supply the ordinary Ghanaian. So even though there was a shortfall regarding the supply, capacity is not an issue. Now, the main issue here is the upgrade from ECG. When we have our power chain within Ghana, we have the generation, transmission, and distribution. Any breakage within the line will not take power to the consumer. We understand the changes are good. I mean, the upgrade that they are doing is good. But what we are saying is that until ECG changes their approach, we are not going to have any changes over here. We are going to be in these power outages from now to what, as the minister said, the next 3 or 6 months.
Right.
The system, we have to do the upgrade, but then ECG has to change their approach. The approach is that, okay, they have to quickly put a pause on the current upgrade that they are doing, restore the system. We saw the system was stable before ECG started the upgrade within changing of the transformer. So restore the system back to normalcy and go back to the drawing table to re-strategize. We have something in power system reliability and planning called redundancy. So redundancy is when if you want to do a retrofit or do a change, you don't have to put off the entire line. You have to provide an alternate line to the consumer whilst you are doing the changes. So the changes is good, but we need to change the approach. The approach is that we should do the changes without hurting the supply. ECG can still find a way and be innovative to do this upgrade without hurting the supply. Now, we have to look at 2 considerations. One is, are we going to have power outages for the next 6 months, which is unacceptable. So we need to cost it. How much are we going to lose as a result of the power outages? The center has done this research over there. We can have a look at it. And how much are we also going to lose if we don't? How much are we going to, invest if we decide to put in redundancy? So we can have those analysis and then go for the best one. But at the moment, until the approach is changed, we are not going to see any changes. ECG should introduce redundancy. The upgrade is good, but then we shouldn't head the system, head the supply when we are doing the upgrade. Until this is done, we are just having a cost 90 job anyway. And even Johnny, aside that, what is even the assurance that after this upgrade, we are going to have stable power? That's another conversation that
we will come to that conversation in a bit. So you tell us what intricacies there are for us to pay attention to. But let me welcome Derek Emmanuel as a senior research and policy analyst with the IES. Derek, welcome. Thank you for your time.
Good morning. Thanks for the opportunity, Johnny.
Great. Now, I want you to take a quick bite on the minister's address from yesterday relative to the situation we have in the country regarding power supply. What have you to say?
All right. So, in a nutshell, what he gave was more or less reassuring because in crisis, you need to first accept responsibility and then bring up to speed or whatever thing that you are doing. If you leave any vacuum, that is where there's speculation. And so today, we all are aware that there was some 5 units that went off, and then about 1,000 megawatts of power going off. And then the update was that they've been able to restore power with 2 units, and then the third one was supposed to come on board. And if you look at the 1,000 megawatts in terms of our power generation and consumption, that is quite significant. And so it wasn't a surprise that most part of the country, or let me say, that particular enclave that enjoys power from that angle went off. The other circumstance was whether we're back to the days of Doomsaw or we're not back to the days of Doomsaw. And you also clarified the need for us to have an upgrade now with the transformer replacement. Truly, what needed to have been done long ago is what we missed. We were not able to take advantage of it. The energy sector is such that anything that you want to do, you need to plan for the future. It is not like you just wake up one day, the next day, whether you have the money or not, you can be able to solve it. It is not easy like that. You need to plan for the future. So they always get a report from the Energy Commission to tell us about our peak demand, to talk about our system reliability, to be able to know whether we can carry or evacuate the power that is being generated. And so what it means is that all these while, when we are growing with our power consumption about 2% annually, we're not taking advantage in terms of investments that can be able to strengthen the grid. We're not able to do that. So we miss that opportunity. And today, we need to just take that bold decision and then go by it. It is just like what we are seeing in the roads construction sector. The whole country has turned into a construction zone. And so it is high time that you take that bold initiative and let Ghanaians know that we are doing this for the future. The other reason is that for the past, we've not been able to accept with transparency and truthfulness whether what they used to tell us, whether one, the doomsday or the power outages are either generational, are either money issues to be able to power the thermal plants, or they were localized or technical force, or the doomsday. None of them have come in where we've been able to accept the responsibility that what they used to tell us was the truth. And so if you tell Ghanaians today that you are even doing this to be able to solve this doomsday problem, there's that doubt component as to whether they accept what you are saying or not. But what has happened now is that for the past 1 year, we've been able to enjoy some stable power supply. And so we want to now accept that whatever thing that they are telling us today, it is quite clear, and then that represents the truth. The first part is the force majeure that we've just witnessed. Before this Akosombo substation maybe getting bent, we used to enjoy stable power supply. And so it could not be from a generational deficit. We are all seeing the bent substation. And so we want to accept that if there's a full restoration of all the units from that substation, we should be able to enjoy power from that angle. The other one is the transformer upgrades. Before this upgrade, we used to enjoy stable power supply, but there were some localized outages. And now the explanation is that the transformers, some of them are obsolete, they are of age. And the explanation, and what they've given us is that some of them are even over 2 decades, almost 3 decades. Can you imagine a system that was planned for like 20 years, 30 years ago? They will not be able to carry on even power as it stands right now. So we want to just believe that what they are saying is true. But there must be a clear timeline as to when they are going to complete these upgrades. They are going to have a system which can support power supply. Because what the consumer is all concerned about is how can I get power. My last take is that our system, or the press conference by the minister, also exposes how vulnerable our system is. Because when you are talking about resiliency of a system, then you must be able to have buffers. You must be able to bring power on board within the shortest time without going off. And what we've seen is that one enclave going off, which was very significant, about 25% of our peak demand, we were now faced with a reality. So do we have a system where if you are hit with another crisis or another force majeure or any natural disaster, you can be able to bring power on board without affecting supply?
Right.
That is a system that is a vulnerability that I'm talking about. And I'm sure that the lesson learned is that going forward, we must be able to plan a system where there can be that generational mix, optimal generational mix, and then buffers, so that when we are hit with such situations, we can be able to have an uninterrupted power supply, and then there wouldn't be any system shutdown.
Engineer, let me come to you and ask you that earlier subject matter that you broached, whether or not we are able to maintain and keep the power on after all this is said and done. Transformers will be changed. We will pay attention to Akosombo. But does that guarantee that the power will stay on? You tell me. What do you know?
Okay, so let me start from this. Like as I said regarding the power sector. So I mean the upgrade has, like as I mentioned, has been long overdue. We need to do the upgrades and then change the transformers, some of the cables, overloads and all those stuff. But then the approach, if we're able to get the approach right, we should be good for the distribution sector. We should be good to distribute. But then we also have to look at the transmission. You know, the minister also mentioned that Gridco will also have to do some changes which they are looking to do it after the World Cup, because there will be some disruptions. So we need to look at our transmission network as well. From the days of when VRA came on board, till now, we haven't seen too much retrofit within the transmission as well. We need to do some work. We don't have a modern transmission system where we can even feed solar into it. We see that we have about 10 megawatt BX in Winneba, but we are not able to feed it into the grid. The reason is that when you feed solar into the grid, there's something called automatic frequency load shedding. When you destabilize the frequency a little bit, you are going to put the whole system off. So our grid system is not in a shape to be able to take the solar as well. And then so there's some work to be done in the transmission as well, and also even the generation. There's a plan, that within every other year there has to be a capacity that we have to add to our generation. We are saying that looking at how urbanization is going, looking at the demand growth in Ghana, if we don't add it by close of this year or getting to next year, we are going to go into shortage. So even if we resolve the issues of the upgrade of the distribution, we still have to resolve issues. The upgrade within the transmission and the generation. Else we wouldn't say that just the distribution should solve the problem. But then back to this one, before we started touching the distribution, surely we had stable power. So that is what has caused the disruption that we have now. It's a good thing, but we just have to look at the approach that we are doing, like as I mentioned earlier.
Now, let me wrap up this conversation with you, Derek, and ask you, so where do we go from here? What's the forward march? What do you advise?
All right, so the forward march, as engineer was also talking about, is that there's several layers, or let me say we are from the generation, transmission, distribution. Whilst they are doing it, they must probably try to be doing it concurrently. If you are doing it concurrently, people will be able to accept that you are doing this once and for all. But today you don't solve the distribution challenge, and then you know that you also have a transmission challenge, and then you leave it hanging. Then when the distribution is done, then you come to the transmission. It will lead to the same doom, so because it's just the same power outage. Whatever thing that is causing the outage, the consumer doesn't really care. What the consumer is concerned about, bring the light so that I can enjoy the power. I'm ready to pay for it. So they must be able to do both, whatever thing, whether generational, transmission or what, concurrently. And when that happens, then it means that we can solve the problem once and for all. We don't want to hear today it is fuel, tomorrow is thermal, tomorrow is transmission and co. They must be able to do it periodically. Now, what you spoke about, the generational upgrade, that is the most difficult part. Because when you want to add a megawatt of power, it doesn't happen within a day. Sometimes it takes even more than a year or even more than 1.5 years if you are even bringing a thermal plant and co. So there must be that anticipation and then planning for it, because we don't want to get there and then we get hit with it. We are talking about nuclear to add to our generation mix. That nuclear plant that is probably coming on board will be probably the next 7 to 10 years.
Right.
And so that is like a long-term plan for a base load. And so we should be able to have that concurrent, that honest discussion and leave away the politicization, whether we have excess capacity, whether we don't have any excess capacity. Let us not wait and do the last one where the CC to take or pay or high contract. That will put much burden on our public purse.
Great. Thank you very much. I say Daniel, Derek Emmanuel, Senior Research and Policy Analyst with the IES. We're grateful. Engineer, you have the closing thought on this. What do you leave us with?
Yes. So, since last year, the center has been pushing for us to have a look at our generation system. In fact, for about 2 years now, we've been calling that we know we need to move from being reactionary to being preventive. So the conversation is that at that time we had a luxury. If we decided to bring in power plants, we'll be able to negotiate to get a cheaper price. We were in this same situation in 2015, 2016, where we had to bring in power plants as far as 35 cents per kilowatt hour. That was really high. And then the government had to do some renegotiation to beat them down below. So the time that we are having luxury, that was when we were supposed to do these negotiations. But look at an instance that now we have the constraints. So if we decide to have any conversation, then whoever you're having the conversation, because they know you are in constraint, they'll put the price at a higher, and then you wouldn't have any say but then to go for it. So after this issue is resolved, we have to quickly go back and then have conversations on increasing our generation. With that one, we will have, some luxury to be able to negotiate and have a better price. So that is one point. The next one is that the ongoing ECG upgrade is a good thing, but the ministry must talk to ECG. The ministry has done a very good job, a lot of reforms within this year. The IPP, we've seen the renegotiation, saving us some money, some other stuff that they have done, paying back the IPPs as well. But they have to be able to put ECG to order. The conversation is, tell ECG that before this upgrade, we have stable power, and having power interruption for the next 6 months is unacceptable. So if ECG can re-strategize, give us redundancy on how they can do the upgrade without hurting the supply, then we should be good to go. So this should be the conversation that we should be having, and not having I don't know who is channeling the conversation into should we have timetable or not. No, we are not in an era where we should be discussing power going on.
Right.
We've gone beyond that. So we should be discussing how ECG can re-strategize to keep our power on whilst they do the upgrade. So this is the conversation that the media and everybody should be pushing now. And then ECG has to be innovative. They have to find a way to be able to do this. So if we're able to do that, we should be in a good shape.
Thank you very much, Engineer Justice Ohinia Koto, Executive Director of ASEC. We're grateful that you spoke with us this morning here on Sunrise on 3FM 92.7.
The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise. The big conversation on 3FM Sunrise. Sunrise on 3FM, the best in the morning.
On 3FM 92.7, your urban lifestyle radio, that is. My name is Johnnie Hughes, and in studio with me is Max Bell Coleman, the MC and PR manager for Max Buy. We've got some exciting packages for you and yours. Have a conversation with her and find out what's happening at Max Buy, what's going to happen on the 30th of this month. All other matters are rising. Max Bell, good morning. Thank you very much for your time.
Good morning, Johnny. Thanks for having me.
Great. Now, lots of buzz these days we hear about Max Buy. What's really happening with Max Buy?
Okay, so Max Bar is a company that came to solve lots of problems for Ghanaians and other foreigners, all located in Ghana. So we are Ghana's #1 electronic retail center. We are into phones and appliances, from big appliances to small appliances, and all phones from iPhone, Samsung, Itel, Infinix, Techno, Philips phones. Those are the phone brands we hold. And talking about appliances, we have TCL, we have Philips, we have LG, Asano, Cinex, Binatone, lot of brands to mention. So automatically we are the hub for correct electronic house here.
Now, you have something coming up on the 30th. What exactly is that?
So customers have been asking for more locations closer to them, and we decided to open a new store in the heart of East Legon. And that is what we are calling on everybody to be there on the 30th of April. That is this coming Thursday. So we are opening at Max Bar East Legon branch, right in the street of Violation, opposite the Allied Oil, in between Okponglo and American House.
Sounds exciting. What kind of deals and offers should consumers, or if you like, those who come to patronize you, be expecting?
Okay, so on that day, as much as we are known for doing discounts and also giving them great prices, on that same day we are slashing most of our products. We are doing up to 50%. So
discounts?
Yes, discounts on all our products, be it phone or be it appliance. I'd like to mention a few offers we have. So those who are looking out for these things could also know they are also going on. We all know how essential television is for the use of every Ghanaian and every other foreigner. And out of that, we are doing slashes on our TV from 32, 43, 50, 55, 65, and 75. And on ITEL 32-inch TV, instead of you paying 1,450, you are going to pay 1,090. So we've reduced that as well. Also, we all know how essential air conditioners, and same way, you can buy a 1.5 horsepower, not spend 3,000 plus almost 4,000, rather pay 2,999 and you are good to go. LG fridge too, we are doing a slash on that. Instead of 7,800, we are giving it out at 6,700 for 263 liters. And also the newly launched Techno Come on 50, we are also doing a slash on that. So these are just few of our items that we are doing a slash on, but almost everything we sell at Max Buy, we are reducing it from 0 to 50.
So the central theme is that there will be lots of discounts, lots of products, and this is a brand new outlet that you're opening. For those who don't know, I keep hearing Fala Friday. They are uninitiated. What does it mean when you say Fala Friday?
Okay, so out of the special love we have for people buying from us is why we bought Fala Friday. You know, it's not always that we can have things being reduced. It's not always that people can get the money to buy at expensive price. So we decided, okay, fine, every month we want to celebrate our customers in a different way. So you come and get your favorite products at a good price. So Fala Friday is also as Max Buy Day. So it's a Max Buy Day. You come to any Max Buy shop and you buy your products up to 50% on all the products. Every item, from even charger to earpiece to phones to how I say it, projector, stand, dispenser, everything we are selling.
Now the other concern that I've heard about you is that you allow people to buy your products and they can pay later. How true is that?
There's no money in the system. So there's no money in the system. And listen how the cry out of people and knowing how they want something but they can't buy it. That's why we bought buy now, pay later. So we are making it easy for them to buy.
How does it work?
Our buy now, pay later policy, all you need is your 30% or your 40%. So you can buy your favorite phone in any Max Buy outlet with just 30% deposit. And the 70% you split it in bits and pay. All you need is your Ghana card or your driving license or your voter's ID. And most of the times we get complaints about, oh, you have to bring guarantors, that people don't want to come. So you don't need to even bring the guarantors in person. All you have to do is just come there and give 2 contacts of people who you can use as guarantors and you're good to go. And about our phones, as you do it that instant, you take the phone away.
Oh, I see.
You don't need to wait months or weeks.
Does it apply to all the appliances?
Yeah, I'm coming to that part. So with the appliance, you are doing 40 to 50% deposit. And one thing about appliances, we mostly prefer to come and deliver to you. You're not paying. So it's a free delivery. We'll deliver to your home and you get it.
Let's talk about your outlets. How many do you have? Where are they located?
For now, we have almost, let me say, 50 shops here.
Across the country?
Across the country.
Wow. So in every region you are represented?
In every region we are
Let's talk about Accra.
So in Accra, let me say Circle is closer to this place. So Circle, we have lots of shops. Where they have the Royal VVIP bus terminal, we have a shop there. We have a shop around the Odo Rice Lane as well. I think otherwise, we even have 3 shops around the side.
Oh.
Yes, opposite the Telecel Ghana too.
Right.
We have our Max Buy shop there. If you go to Kaneshi, we have a shop. Inside the West Hills Mall, we have a shop. Achimota Mall, we have a shop. Junction Mall, we have a shop. If you go to Kumase, Cape Coast, let me say Kumase, Doom Kumase, Topman Shoes or Pizza Plaza, we have a shop there.
Right.
In Volta Reason too, we have a shop. We've actually have a shop in all the regions from Tamale to Sunyani.
Right.
Reason being is we want to make it available to everyone. Maybe someone is listening outside Accra and may want this, and person has to travel all the way to Accra. So for shops, we have a lot of shops. Castle Accra, we have a shop there.
Interesting, Castland and Cass City. Your closing thoughts, and perhaps before that, how we can reach out to you if we want some more clarity. We know that we are congregating on the 30th in East Legon.
East Legon.
Right. And Bawaleshi Road. Great. But give us a contact to call if somebody.
So before I go straight to the contact, we've been facing a lot of crisis, and that is people pretending to be us. And I like all listeners to be careful.
Faking to be
they are
you.
faking to be us. So
how do we know the real you from the fake one?
Yes, so that's what I want to go there. So on social media, our name is Max by Ghana, and it's verified on all our social media platforms, from TikTok to Instagram,
It has the blue tick.
Facebook. It has a blue tick. And also, one thing about Max Buy is we won't ask you to buy a product and ask you to do payment when we bring it to you. You do the rest. No, we trust you in a sense that we'll bring it to you, that you can do the payment to our delivery person.
Okay.
That is fine. So we won't ask you to do maybe part payments when we get to your location and you do the rest. And we need people to be careful with that. And also, we don't also do payments with certain names, like maybe you see the payments in my name, like Max Bakoma. No. We always do our payments in Max by Ghana.
Okay.
So it's Max by Ghana.
So if at any point you're trying to send money to somebody purporting to work for Max Buy, and the name on the
comes
account
in a different name, it is totally wrong. We don't do people's personal name. It's a company, so it has to come in the company name as Max Buy Ghana.
Right.
And also you can buy from our website as well. We've made it very easy. It's www.maxbuy.com.gh.
Right.
You can see the features, the prices, the products, everything you want. You can search it there. For you calling us, you can call us on 0594 091 122.
Take your time and mention that again, please.
0594
right
091 122 or 0544 091 552 0544 091 552. And also that same number is on WhatsApp as well. So for WhatsApp it's 24/7, and our social media reply is very active, and the website as well.
So 30th of this month, April.
Coming Thursday.
Bawaleshi, East Legon, Bawaleshi Road, East Legon. That's where the party is.
Yeah, it's closer to Melcombe.
Okay. What time does it start?
So it's starting at 8 a.m.
8 a.m. in the
8
morning.
8 a.m. on dot.
Shop will be open. Discounts will be flowing.
We don't want to keep people from coming early and wanting to buy, so it's open to all, so they can even buy before we do the ribbon carton and every other thing. And another amazing thing, it's not just you shopping. We're having lots of activities like cultural performance to go on. Influencers will be passing by. There'll be a spin and win that you can just spin and win something, and as you're buying us, well, you're getting a gift too.
Thank you, Maxwell Coleman. She's the head of PR and also master of ceremonies for Max Buy Ghana Limited. Thank you very much indeed for joining us here. Next, we'll talk about fisheries, because we know that Nasha Comensa Doku did the documentary at the Teshi Landing Beach. Well, it's come with some challenges. What exactly are they? We'll get to find out right after this.
General Secretary Teshi Kanu Owners and General Secretary of the Greater Accra Regional and Secretary Chief Shaman and Teshi. Shosa Hammond is the Fisheries Committee member, and Reese Ni Amakwe, the Fisheries Committee member. So, gentlemen, good morning. Thank you very much indeed for your time. Welcome.
Thank you very much.
Let's begin. We have very limited time, so we will run at our top speed. What is the situation with the landing beach in Teshi, Mr. Chosa? Let me begin with you.
The landing beach was constructed without proper consultation. The fisher folk were consulted. I mean, they were approached for the landing bay to be constructed. However, they were advising that the bay should be constructed in a certain way that would be good for everybody. However, they were not listened to because they were not technocrats. And after the bay was constructed, it's a disaster.
Over in Nakanji, Sanya, is that the case?
Over in Anubale.
Afunya, that don't need you for me.
Afoko lolo, if a problem, if it ma nebi agreme egbubuwe. More than 5 or 6 people.
Hey,
I lost my life
because of that beach.
Because of
me no table letena mebo.
And only baji position is anamike te shweni amefe ni no ana ejole. Wo jimi wule ni yo shona. Ni wo lebeni wo shona abuyo. Won twa me beni sane amefe le. Amefe wo oda. Wo na afi atan na agba ni wo bon na mo wo wi afo wo wi bege be fe koni enu oba na yedi kebu amakeje ijage wonye wa atwa me dos shimon we mo ba wi te fi oten beni kenu lele jelewa ke oyin about 2,500 there 2,500
right
250,000
right
or 200,000 onye lele ogbo ni ya le un baby eke ebale na gani abutu e na ken sure ya check if you know because of nije good position na ke te shweni afi na kan wa fe
right
eke if very very dangerous e ba butu even last week they know
what capsize the boat will capsize. Whoa.
The boat oh
babagbo
wa egbeme agbene ni bi hin epata a lot
to mo mini neke
no go to mo lele ke ya ekome won agbo moto several times ni ene iwo eha ke isho ya fake degree no
ni nyenye ya
wo ya because ko e ba lo ke perfect problem me ko mete last week enyo mo afia me dromo na me dun tuna efa na at least wo clate bini wo ke measure low to about 100 insure here me because of position ni what when what fair yo insure buta me
wa chi deng me e follow
ni asking about 30-40 gallons of petrol premise na gete naba ni no fiano afi e follow e wa very serious.
So he's explaining in the language that, well, at the time when the wharf was going to be constructed, they being conversant with the situation around the beach because they have been fishing there for ages, made suggestions as to where the stones that were going to serve as boulders should be positioned, but they were ignored. And the aftermath of that situation is that it's brought them a lot of challenges. For example, he says some people have died, some more property has been destroyed because of that, livelihoods have been messed up. In fact, as of last week, he indicates that some fisher folks went to sea and they were able to harvest some tuna. But then, unfortunately, because of the tide, the high tides, and how the construction had influenced the waves, etc., the boat capsized. They lost everything, and this is quite an expensive venture, if you will. About over 30 gallons of fuel, premixed fuel, gone to waste, manpower, energy, the nets, the boats, and everything got destroyed. So they've been talking about their situation. They've been crying out and reaching out, but clearly there's no help in sight immediately for them. Nyama, let's come to you now and ask, so how are you confronting the situation as we have it now?
First of all, the question you asked me, let me say a very big thank you to Nashako for taking on this story to let people know how the situation is. So the fisher folks at the Sanguna have tried several times to get the attention of the ones who would do what, who would work on the WAF, who would correct the defect.
Right.
But I think their voice are not heard that much. So this is a way. What our own sister Nashako did, it's a way to confront the situation. We are hoping and believing that this would get the right authorities, because when she came for this documentary, the fisher folks were very happy with it, and they were told that I would. They had meetings. We had meetings, several meetings.
Right.
They devoted their time. They spent hours planning and discussing about it. So the confrontation, they tried in diverse ways, but this is the current one we are embarking to see whether the government or the Ministry of Transport and GAPOA would hear about it and know what the real or the realities on the ground. Yes, at first the fisher folks normally tell them their problems, but they don't know how the reality is. The extent, what we did together in the documentary with Ashoko. Yeah, so
the actuality on the ground.
Yes, the actuality, and you see, it's sad. It's sad that anytime, it's mostly when the fisher folks go for when they go to sea, they don't normally use their Android phones. So they have
the yam
because of the water and all that. But if they were to use their phones or they were very enlightened on how to use this when such happens, I'm sure we'll be having disturbing videos. Maybe in every month can get at least 5 disturbing videos from what they go through at the show.
But Mr. Hammond, let me come to you again and ask, you've been calling out, but nobody is paying attention. Why is that?
Yes, I feel people don't want to own up to responsibility because of the shoddy way it was done, it was constructed. So now that Shoko has come into the picture, she is pushing all she can because she came from Teshi.
That's right.
And she wants the people of Teshi to be safe. Because like our brother said, if you see the damages to canoes, nets, and lives and property, it is very sad, very, very sad. So
there's a new minister for Agric who's taking care of fisheries.
Yeah.
There's also the director of ports, etc. Have you tried to reach out to them?
Currently, since we started this program with Nashoko, that is where we are going to call on every department which is responsible for them to come to our aid. So it's a problem.
It depends on sometimes Mawuena lele ene kukla yage kule isho na buwa ni amile na ni eku okay isho lobu ni chone bope ni baby
album motwe
bope again agba pi ba gege weti te e ba do la fin besani o atole le kuklo no yi tamo be ni chon ekome ni ka oyin about 2 billion 1.5 billion onye no way na gbe ne nwe e form bi na me fele ke bi ni sho chake ni fe to no ni time ni wo ke ba ya wo between 2 o'clock allo 3 o'clock
2 a.m. 3 a.m. Chele na ka koni mana ke ye dioshi manke shitewa
allo 3 a.m. ken sho fan le dienye ya wo when you were about a week, Jan show chake ni manke 2 o'clock nubanye bafa mi dan wona ale ake 1 hour.
Yes, safe.
Yes, safe. Na gbene ngote ni binu aba no ko se no ba ni show chake keke afie na agba ejage achio ball like any bar show me what you show na ball like song e enu emi no sometimes enu la agba moto egbo ni amilie dra ni wele no jino ni ke problem ba no ke agba moto egbo bi no ba ile hie echibo kete te keke gbaglada ebon ni bi fitemo me ni je shipon gbe po na me mpa no emi amenye amefe nokotu ake amebani amba save life koni mugowala eganmele energy na agba ni woyo e ba nye shebe ni ekule lopo eji eyen ni sani wana be waya ni wo ke lo abashian be na fe wa fe yo wana igbe ya ga no mi ensure eshimi ke ensure shi wa fe mi pe e fe to football playing ground
mo fi all player
it's bare. There's no water on it. You see, the canoe has to be on the water.
That's right.
So they can
float. Right.
Float into the sea.
That's right.
So he's saying when the waves or the sea changes, it's a bare land.
That's right.
The canoe sits on the land.
Yeah.
Means that your outboard motor would then be scraping the ground.
Exactly. Yeah. So they have to push from the river, from
right.
the Sango,
right,
straight into the
ocean.
Sea.
Okay.
And it's very far. It's not for the weak. That way you wouldn't like to try that.
When energy na agba ujini efe ha omoge jamo ate Sango na fe ni won woko Ghana mla age fon no ake ni bi Boeing na age put your insure me wo fe ekoji lighting fish ekumenwuni age cupboard agbene net ekumene ni afe net ni
monofilament
very good wachole ogelanhwe eko bete Sango na
achole ogelanhwe monofilament enye chole
lo felo lo enona fole egmon bibi ohun ebalu ni problem ni wo yo ohun di age je dagbi lo jio ko ensure me
right
ni bi ke bi fe ni get lighting fish ne me ni so kan ye pe ni lo e ba ke e ba she nearest ni wo anye wo ke wole ji aya ni won wa ne ko ke ba ame patafin e ga gbene won bi cheun le won e ya won agba no ni e fi to mo two troubles one god
oba ne fafe two troubles oba cha was on the bar no later but closing for 30 seconds each for you Mr. I'm going to start with you
yo inwie blofo esan maso ma wie gam no ni yoni mi jake bi anepo kaji meba ni to aban shona Easter Monday na ataba wu nshopo le nje e dangerous kwe beni wa fe bejeme ka wole me fe tagon no ka awu nsho ni nsho nshabu ko amena na me ration na ma hiri omo shibi ane beni wa fe yo ka bu nsho nshabu ko le jona bodo wa le shiro ka mo ete
right
even just 3 days ago or so we received a body came ashore dead
floated ashore a body has been floated ashore. So we don't know where the body is coming from, whether it's from Sangona or just the environs. We don't know, because the bay is blocking the view of the fisher folk seeing directly into the sea and trying to save lives.
So over nothing is being done.
Ni closing thoughts. Me no pasho.
One pa five. One pa government five wa agbene. One pa Port and Harbour Authority. Minister for Fishy said, "One pa me fight. Ni am coming na machine. Ke am ben aga wale podenche. Ina mbasi kwaje. Ni abana ba yabuao because no ni oje efe to mo
death trap.
One chongbele na death trap.
Okay, launcher part 2.
Part 10. Nagama chele.
Okay.
Because ya we wa.
Okay.
Ehi shopo umo ejemi.
Oh, you are done. Ni nyama.
Yeah, I'm fine. So first of all, I would like to plead with the journalists to help us to voice out the right authorities, because we know once you guys are on them, they normally help and then come. They hear you guys and come to the aid of the people. And also we plead with the right authorities as well. Okay. The president, the fisheries minister, the transport ministry, they should come in and see the problem the people are facing. So they would, and whether to at least have consultation or engage them and see the right ways they can go on and then to solve this problem, this this long problem.
Oshin Power Yadon, Reese Ni Amakwe, I shall be there. Fisheries Committee member, Chosa Hammond is also a Fisheries Committee member. Ni Johnnie Brimpon is the General Secretary, Teshi Canoe Owners Association, is also the General Secretary of the Greater Accra Regional Fisher Folks, and is the Secretary to the Chief Fisherman of Teshi. Grateful that you joined us here, gentlemen. We are grateful. We will have to do another conversation on this one, an extended version, but thank you very much indeed for coming. Now time for birthdays. If it's your birthday, happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, happy birthday. Happy birthday to you.
And a special one to David Ni Ayi Chosa Hammond from your dad and your mom. They wish you a happy birthday. Also, happy birthday to our very own clever star, the poet, second runner-up, talented kids. Season 13, wish you long life and prosperity from your dad, Mr. Sammy Bonzo. Also, happy birthday to Lawrence and Laurentia, twins. Happy birthday to you. To you, Alec Blim, it's your birthday today. Happy birthday to you. To Lady Kiki Obobi Watson, it's your 4th year on this earthly plane. Happy birthday to you from the presidency and the entire team. Not our Jubilee House, by the way. Also, happy birthday to Frances Nanaraba Beidu. God bless you. This is from Daddy and Mommy. They wish you a happy birthday. Alec Blim Justice, it's your birthday today. Happy birthday to you. Dora Na Padiki Wickinson, daughter of former MC Wickinson. God bless your new age. Also to you, Juliet or Ogbogo. We wish you long life and prosperity. Happy birthday to you, and live long, as we always say. Happy birthday also to B-Boy. Live large from the entire O's in the night team. They wish you a happy birthday. My name is Johnny Hughes. Noble Crosby Annan is up next with news. We'll see you tomorrow.
Malogo yede, oh. Malogo yede, papa. Malogo yede, oh. Wambra, wambiansa. Mondo fangbe, yafye kai mo se biye. Ono kiono, oshia eh.
The Akosombo hydroelectric power station. Recent erratic supply situation in the country has sparked complaints and frustrations from energy consumers, with some asking for a load shedding schedule or a timetable to help with planning. Addressing the press,
3FM 92.7
and determined to solve the power challenges.
As minister responsible for the energy sector, my foremost desire and objective is to ensure that every Ghanaian and every part of our country enjoys a stable, reliable, and uninterruptible power supply for economic activity and social activity. This has been the focus of our effort since assuming office, and we have not relented on that effort. This unfortunate and unprecedented disaster, which I have never witnessed, has resulted in the temporary curtailment of power from our largest generation source, the Akosombo Dam, leading to severe power challenges not witnessed in recent times. Our engineers have since remained on site. Some of them have stayed there for 3 continuous days without leaving site, working around the clock under very, very extreme and difficult conditions to restore operations.
the voice of the energy minister there. Meanwhile, the minority is asking for a reliable load shedding timetable in the wake of the power outages in parts of the country, urging government to admit there is a crisis that goes beyond the Akosombo fire incident. The group has also questioned the suspension of the grid co-chief executive and the shakeup in the ECG in the Ashanti region.
What has happened in Akosombo, very unfortunate, has rather exacerbated the situation on the ground. But as to the power situation over the last 1 month, I'm not too sure we can attribute it solely to the fire outbreak in Akosombo. As I said, obviously, I was in my constituency 3 weeks ago, and for the past 3 days that I spent there, the lights were off. I'm not too sure that can be attributed to that of the Akosombo Dam. Of course, what has happened in Akosombo is very, very unfortunate. I'm not too sure if anybody anticipated that we are going to have this fire. Taking off about 100 megawatts off your grid is quite a significant number. And I'm sure that everybody on the basis of this should expect some outages here and there. But that will also mean that government must come clean and accept that there are challenges and get us a timetable so everybody is comfortable. I remember when
And that is the position of the minority in Parliament in relation to the power situation in the country. Now, before we go this morning, let's bring you this story. As the workers of the Electricity Company of Ghana in the Ashanti region are demanding the immediate reversal of the transfers of 2 senior managers, describing the decision as politically motivated rather than performance-based. The senior and junior staff unions in the region insist that the transfers are unlawful and have formally petitioned the national leadership to intervene. The demand follows a resolution reached at an emergency meeting held on April 14, which was addressed to the National Executive of the Workers' Union for onward submission to the National Secretariat of the Public Utilities Workers' Union. That's how we wrap up on the news update on 3FM 92.7. There's more news on our website, 3news.com. My name is Noble Crosby, and have a great morning. Bye-bye.
3FM.